I've been hard muted this whole time. Why did nobody say anything? What the heck? I've just been rambling to nothing the whole time. Oh my gosh, that's embarrassing. I was talking about my cat. I was talking about the interview that we're about to do. What the heck? What are y'all's favorite topic that's coming up in the interview? Do you have a favorite niche of information that we'll be exploring today? I said that for me, the incel to trans pipeline is exciting. Always excited to talk about that. Always excited to talk about the masculinity crisis. Oh my gosh, thank you everybody. Thank you for letting me know. Uh I'm excited to talk about the masculinity crisis. I am very excited to talk about what the meaning of a trans woman is. What does it mean to be a trans woman? Hmm. Lera will tell us that much I'm sure of. Okay, based. The everything problem seems a bit big. I the everything problem. What do you think the everything problem is? I know, I'm very excited about the topics. And because it's Lyra and and we know we can trust Lyra, we're able to do it live so that y'all are able to ask questions directly. Please don't do that, Gecko. My cat's trolling me. How rude. How rude. I'm curious if she has an answer for the birth rate crisis. Like, is she about to tell us how to increase the FTR? Right? I think it's FTR. F for fertility total rate or something. It's not FRT. Uh, total fertility. Oh, the TFR. That would make so much more sense. I knew it was total in there. I just didn't know which order it was in. TFR. I know. I should have known that. That's embarrassing. It happens. It's okay. It's early. I just woke up. Please, cut me some slack. I hear myself. There's an echo. What the heck? I don't know. I feel like a lot of people have that issue. Maybe YouTube just throttles the comment section. It's like, you're not allowed to do anything that we don't want you to. Exchange in women. I wonder if this means like the exchange of women or like what exchange means in the woman social dynamic space, you know? Does that make any sense? Very curious to see how real and imaginary numbers fit into all of this. Like it's right there in the middle. It's like having and being real and imaginary numbers, the dialectic of class conflict. Like, oh, it's really stuffed in the middle there. So I'm not quite positive what that will end up turning into. The things on the left are the topics that Lyra has sent to me to talk about. Lyra, she's the Trannerland owner and philosopher. She said that we can talk about this list or Trannerland, but I didn't feel like I needed to put Trannerland up there because I put it in the title. Yeah. Maybe I should go sit in my little like stream lobby room in my Discord so that she can join if she wants. Oh, but now she's gonna be purple if I give her that role. What the heck? Don't do that. Oh no, she lost her beautiful green color. Boom. Okay, I got the Discord part set up. So I'm hanging out in there. I'm ready for her whenever she joins in about 10 minutes. We're counting down. We got T minus 10 minutes, y'all. I'm very excited. Let's see. Tell me if I should have this light set up too. This one is like a rainbow light. It goes like let me try and like de-exposure it. It's just gonna be exposured. Whatever. Tell me if I should have this here or not. Does that make any difference? Probably not. The sun's out, so it probably doesn't make any difference. I'm convinced that it's pointless to care about increasing the birth rate amongst the general population. The focus should be on those who already have 3+ children who would be amenable to having more. Amenable means like willing, right? Amenable. Yeah. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Easily persuaded or controlled. Are you saying we should just turn the birthers into slaves? That's crazy. Earl, Earl, what is this? I, 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 I don't know what to say. This is taking it too far. No, I'm just jesting. I do think there could be incentives to give that like make people have more kids, but I don't know. Like how much money do you think you actually have to give to somebody for them to want to have another child, right? Like I've seen these like $2,000 credits, but is that really enough? Or like, do you think you would need something in the more substantial 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, a million? Like what actually incentivizes someone to have children, you know? That's the question everybody's asking. Quite literally. The question of TFR is currently popping off. So, who knows? I wonder if my camera works in Discord is the same time it works here. I'm like I like jerry rig this little thing together. Um it's not gonna work. That is so unfortunate. Oh my goodness. What do you mean looming? Oh, it's already just occupied. Y'all, this is devastating. It's occupied by OBS. I gotta create a temporary solution. Give me 1 second. I gotta plug this in. Give me 1 more second. I'll be right back. I'm gonna cut my camera off. That was not my camera. Which one's my camera? I forgot to unmute. I muted when I had to plug in the Logitech camera. I was just talking about how like I'm gonna have it. I have a different webcam that I'll use for. Am I still mute? I hope not. I have this other webcam that I used to use, and that I was trying to set up like this other webcam, but it didn't work. So now I'm using this one again for the sake of a Discord conversation. What the heck? It happens, I guess. I'll figure out how to use this. I have a Lumix GH5S, right? Which is like it's kind of an old camera at this point, and there's not a lot of support for it on. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for letting me know that the audio is good. I really do appreciate it genuinely. Um, the Lumix GH5S is kind of old at this point, and there's not a lot of support for like webcam, right? Like there's this one app that came out in 2022 that was the last update was 2022. So I'm using a very old software to try and make this work, and I don't know. I don't know if it works that good because Logitech lets me do OBS and Discord at the same time, but Lumix Webcast or whatever it just said when I tried to pull it up does not. So, what the heck? What's going on? Who decided that was a good idea, huh? Not me, that's for sure. What time is it? When is Lera getting here? We got 4 minutes, y'all. Very excited. I am excited to hear about leftism and rightism. I've read a little bit of her writings, but not too many of them, right? You know, she writes them on Twitter. They're very like chunked up in the form of tweets. They're kind of hard to read sometimes, right? And I'm not a big fan of the thread unroll me app, right? So I struggle through the Twitter threads, but I can't say that I'm necessarily doing a very good job in terms of picking up all the information. But that's why we're gonna talk to her here today, and we're gonna ask her directly. We're digging for the truth. We are digging for the true American truth. I think she's Canadian, but Canada is part of America too, right? Something like that. Just kidding. Only kind of. Is it noisy in the background? Like, can you hear the fan above me? Also, am I cropped? Is that what's going on here? Or is this... Oh no, I'm not cropped. That's right. That's right. I forgot I put a picture on top and it's just a super wide picture. You consider them Americans? They're like spiritually American, right? Like they're like the little brother. True. Like what's good, little bro? Right? That's what America's saying to Canada. They're like, you won't. No, I'm just kidding, y'all. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm not making any big interpolitical, geopolitical, international political claims. I promise. And even if I was, you shouldn't listen to me because who am I? Who am I to be making those kinds of claims, right? So why are you listening to me talking about international politics? Do I look like somebody? Don't answer that. Don't answer that. Don't answer that. Don't answer that. Lyra should be popping in soon. I'm very excited. Also, I guess I'll use this as an opportunity. If you are not already in the Discord, I would like to extend this special invitation forever for you right now. If you're watching this, please feel free to join the Discord. There's nobody in the Twitch, but I'll send it to the Twitch one too. Let's also not leak my DMs. Let's not leak my DMs. That's okay. We don't need to leak my DMs for that to be a positive time for all of us. Okay. And stream room. Where is Lyra? What the heck? Oh my gosh. She said she'll be ready in a bit. She's coming. She's coming. Um, what kind of question do you have? We can just maybe workshop it right here until she gets here, right? Like we can just hang out. But also you could just like kind of ask it, and if I see a good place to insert it in the conversation, I will. I'll be like scanning the chat as we go. I'm not sure how integrated to chat she'll be, but I will try to keep her stapled in. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, Jelly Bean, God of my own life. I feel like I recognize your profile picture from Twitter. Is that correct? Do I recognize your profile picture from Twitter? Isn't it like Lil Vision or something? I don't know why I think Lil Vision is right, but yeah, Lil Vision, I knew that. Okay, Koskoro Drift. I have it as my personal badge because I like that it says CNTY. What Trannerland is, I will let Lera explain. Hi, Earl. How's it going? I will let Lera explain because she'll do it better. But did my stream die? Oh no, it was just buffering for a second. My internet's not so good, so it buffers when I'm receiving it. Um, I'll let Lera explain, but it's basically like a trans space dedicated to positive outlooks and self-improvement in a way that a lot of online trans spaces are not. So I'm very excited about it. Additionally, Lyra is very into like the mental aspects of what makes a successful transition, right? She's a lot less interested in and this is me saying my opinion of her beliefs, so don't hold me too strictly, but she believes a lot more in the mental benefits of transitioning than the physical benefits, and as a result tailors a lot of her advice towards like the mental attributes, as well as just like free information, right? It marketplace of ideas for free information. She definitely seems into the idea of education, right? So that's kind of where I would pin Trainerland, is like that kind of segment. Now, if you asked me a year ago, I would have said that it's a 4Tranner space. If you're not familiar, 4chan has a board r slash not r like b slash no not b board, is it b? I don't know. I haven't used 4chan in a while. Um, there's a board slash LGBT slash TTTT, and a lot of people came from there initially. But Lyra tells me that there's been a lot of shifts in the kind of population of this space. So I'm not quite sure if that is still the case or if that was just like a while back thing. Lyra's standing us up. What the heck, Lyra? This is unbelievable. No, I'm sure she'll be here soon. World systems theory. I wonder what that's about. I wonder if it's just like systems theory on like complex systems theory, right? This idea that the world is interconnected systems rather than just interconnected objects. Um, well, I guess the both are kind of systems, but one is like, I don't know, world cabal kind of system. If you're like, there's one system that runs it all, but then the other one is just like, no, the world's a really complex place, and there's a lot of different like competing systems in this marketplace of ideas, right? Um, so I really hope we're leaning towards the latter and not the former there. But I'm very excited to hear what. I did not write them. Those were written by Lyra. I asked her what topics she would want to cover, and she sent me these, and she said like this plus Trannerland. Excuse me, I had to cough, but I made sure to mute that time, and I unmuted right after. No, I didn't write these topics. Um, These topics were presented to me from Lera. Mentally transit. I can definitely ask some trans related questions to Lera. I'm not sure how personal she'll want to get. Some people are a lot more private about various things on the internet than I am, but I can definitely ask for sure. I want to make sure that chat is in Vision too. I had this all set up and then I messed it up for the sake of fitting these questions in. Maybe that could be in like the psychoanalysis overview, right? Like her own psychoanalysis. Oh, I thought you said you saw a tweet of mine recently that said that, and I was like, I did not say that. Um, because personally, I don't think I would agree with that statement. But okay, I'll let Lyra speak when she's here. But for me personally, I think that we all find ourselves transitioning to different stages of our lives at different times, right? Like sometimes you transition into a new job, sometimes you transition into a new location, sometimes you transition into a new gender. These things happen, right? Um, and if you want to identify as a past era of your life, like if you think of yourself as a chapter book, if you want to refer to a couple chapters as a man, right? That's fine with me. I don't care. Like pragmatically, that's probably more accurate than pretending we were never men or like never boys, never male, right? Like that's not accurate either. Um so personally, I'm in the camp that like if you want to identify as having been a man before your transition, like I don't care. I guess that's really my stance is like I'm not about to divorce somebody. First of all, I don't want to eat them in the first place. So definitely don't want to vor them regardless, but I'm not gonna vor somebody because they identified as a man beforehand. When literally half the time I sit here and I'm like, trans female man sounds like it could be a real social role for transsexual women. So like, don't. I'm not the right person for this. I'm not the right person. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yeah, I do hope today with Lyra we're able to talk a little bit about like wokeness or like woke culture and kind of this like hyper wokeist mentality that has seemed to have permeated a bit. If your life's a story, you're in the filler chapter. Well, hopefully, well, I don't know if exciting chapters are necessarily good. There can be really bad exciting things, right? Yeah, I can see that, Koro, but like I don't know. What does it mean to be truly anything, right? Like, aren't we all just working towards things rather than ever fully becoming them? I don't know. Maybe that's just me in terms of like, you're not locked in until you're dead. Like, if you die as a guy, maybe you might get a little stuck in that role, right? Like we talk about Kurt Cobain, and people are like, oh, Kurt Cobain was gender dysphoric. Can you not mess up? We talk about Kurt Cobain and we're like, oh, Kurt Cobain was gender dysphoric, but we don't call, well, some people do. Some people say Kurt Cobain is a trans woman, right? But other people are like, no, Kurt Cobain was a man. That was a guy. Like, died as a guy. There might have been some underlying mental stuff, right? But in a pragmatic sense, there was no transition that happened. There was gender nonconformity, right? But like I don't know. The point I'm saying is if your final chapter is like that, then I can see why some people might want to lock you in forever. But otherwise, I don't really think it's a locked in forever type of situation. But that's just my opinion, right? So like don't hold all trans people to me and don't use my opinion to like negatively impact other people in any way, please. Because I'm not saying that as like a hateful thing. I don't think we like I don't think there's like true trans or true detrans or anything like that. I'm actually working on a video. I'm editing it right now about like I interacted with this really early transitioner recently, and like it was a tough experience for me, y'all. So I I I was actually the first trans person this person had ever met. Um, and they were like an online trans person, and I I have a lot of experience from that experience, that IRL experience, um, that I talked about, and it just brought up a lot of like feelings about my early transition and like the way that I have changed my like mindset and views on like going throughout the world, um, in terms of I don't know, just the way like I understand myself, but also the way I understand the world. Um, but then I felt like I was being too mean, not too mean, but like too abrupt maybe. Like I was pretty emotional when I recorded the first video. It was like right after we were finished hanging out. Um, so I recorded a reaction video to it so I could like fluff it out and give some extra context. But that's what I'm editing now. But that is like really long, so I have to edit it all down. Um, how so? You know, it was just state, right? So like she's down here, she's changing, but she's facing a bridge. She's not wearing a bra or anything. And it just made me so uncomfortable. And that is something that I probably would have done early in my transition or felt less uncomfortable about. That now it had me really stressed out mentally. I don't know. Um it was just one of those things where it was like, is that necessary to be doing right now? Um Thank you, cold chicken wings. Anyways, that's just one example of something that happened. But it just had me like, oh, that okay, that is something that we do. I understand. Anyways, that's all I got. Okay, I don't want to give too much, and I don't want to accidentally say something I don't want to say. So where is Lera at? What the heck? She's 15 minutes late. Oh my gosh, she woke up late. She's coming. She's just doing her makeup as well. It happens. It takes time. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. You know what I mean? I wonder if where do y'all think the social contagion theory would fit into this discussion? Like in terms of these topics, maybe like psychoanalysis overview or like sexuality and sense. I feel like we could fit that kind of idea in there in one of those. True, we are just early. The frame of maleness, maybe that's where like I don't know. See, the issue is I'm not like a theory self philosopher, so I haven't actually read most of this, right? Like a lot of people of my demographic do read a lot of philosophy, and like I read a fair amount, right? I read like new stuff that I can find on the internet, but like I have not read Kant. I have not read like Judith Butler. I've read like sections. I read sections of these things. I've read like the transhumanist or like I've read a lot of the like 21st century philosophy that I find, but I've not read a lot of like 17th century, 18th century philosophy that I've found. So I hope I'm able to like keep up in this conversation. Yeah, me too. Me too. Hopefully I'll be able to get her to break it down to like some way that your average human being could understand me being the average human being in this case, because I would assume the average person does not know a lot about most of these philosophical topics. And that's the other thing, when I'm like reading her tweets, she uses a lot of big words. She uses the word sexuation, right? And it's like Okay, I know I could figure out what these words mean. I could look up definitions. I could like chat GPT my way, not chat GPT. I could freaking Claude my way through. I could Gemini my way through these conversations. I could Grok my way through this. But the reality is, I don't want to do that if I have to do that for every other word. So hopefully in this conversation, she will not do that. Can you stop pulling my sleeves down, please? My cat's trying to troll me. It's actually so mean. ChatGPT is a turf. Oh my god. I was just gonna say that ChatGPT is a psychosis machine. That's what I was gonna say. Uh I'm actually working on a video for that as well. I have so many videos on the pipeline that never get posted. I need to just post them. Google AI Studio, that's so real. I'm pretty sure Gemini's better in AI Studio than it is in Gemini. I mostly just use like Gemini.com or whatever. Or like Gemini.google or whatever. Chat.google. I think it's actually chat.google. Now I want to test it. Chat.google.com. No, it's not. It's Gemini.google. I lied. Oh my gosh, no, I'm so sorry, Koros. The seminars and got a headache. Yeah. Did you glean anything during that headache session? I'm just gonna hang out with my cat. She's being a little troll over there, so I'm just gonna hold her manually. Manually. Oh, what a bikini. You don't think the masculinity crisis exists? Really? What's your demographic? What's your background, Earl? I'm curious if like would you say you're part of a lot of masculine culture, or would you say that you're kind of removed from like masculine culture? Um, because honestly, I could just be kind of removed from masculine culture at this point, right? Like, I think that I have a very diverse source of information in my ecosystem, and okay, this is about to make me sound like I'm not a part of any masculine ecosystem, but I do like listen to incel black pill stuff sometimes, and I know that's not like the masculine culture, but it is one of the masculine cultures, kind of. The incel to trans pipeline. In Google AI Studio, you can analyze YouTube videos you send it, not just transcripts, like it sees everything in the video. Oh my gosh, really? That's kind of base. Maybe I will start using that because I usually just go YouTube to transcript and then I send the transcript to the language model. 100% it's observable. Weak guys are abundant. It looks like we have an argument. Twitch thinks that there's no masculinity crisis, but YouTube is saying that it's 100% observable. Arguments from both sides rely on differing definitions of masculinity. What does it mean to be masculine, Earl? Also, cold chicken wings. What does it mean to be masculine? She's being an ankle biter. She's being an ankle biter. Look at her face. No. You gotta look at the camera. Look at the camera. Look at the camera. And then I'll let you free again. Look at the camera right here. As a 22-year-old male, let's just clarify. What do we mean by a crisis? Listen, these are the questions that everybody's asking. Is there a excuse me, is there a masculinity crisis? What is the crisis? What is masculinity? How do we know anything that's going on? What what is the world that we are creating? What is the world that's been created? Okay, you and I are gonna have an issue. You and I are gonna have an issue. That was really not fun. She just got me really good in my arm. I'm gonna start spraying her. Please, nobody be mad at me when I start spraying her with a water bottle. We have this little water bottle that like it leaks, right? There's a little hole in the top. Let me see if it'll focus.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, I can hear you.
I
Wait.
can't hear you, actually.
Oh, I'm muted. That's why. It's because I was muted in Discord. Let me just switch to the screen focus and pop over to the Discord. Do you have a camera? Question mark. Wait, are you here? You are here. Do you have a camera?
Yeah.
Question mark.
Yeah, hold on.
Not the OBS.
I do. Hold on.
Real quick, let me just read these from chat. Male claims about a lack of masculinity has to do with a lack of macho-ness or failure to live up to certain society expectations and roles. Female claims about a lack of masculinity is self-serving. Interesting. Look throughout history. Look at the gladiators, men of action, knights, builders. The toxic men are weak men. It almost feels like we're arguing about different topics here.
It's all. I think it's all one big.
Do you think so, Lera? See, that is actually what we were all most excited to figure out is your opinions on a lot of these things because you are so well acquainted with these philosophers, right?
Somewhat, yes. So this is something that I've been, spending a lot of time reading over the years. It's related to, like psychoanalysis and queer theory and, like radical feminism, and kind of what is the intersection of those kinds of things, as well as with modern internet phenomenon that we're more familiar with, like incels, like the trans problem.
Yeah,
obviously.
yeah.
But I mean, yeah. Sorry. So the comment was about men being toxic, or only like some of them?
Well, we were just I put the list of topics on the screen that you sent me, and we were kind of just chatting about them with chat, and we were talking about the masculinity crisis, and people were arguing about whether or not one even exists. But I feel like that is that a good place to start, or should we start somewhere else? Maybe can you start by introducing yourself in Trannerland?
Right.
People don't even know what Trannerland is.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, who's like? Can you tell who's watching? Are you streaming this on somewhere else?
On YouTube and Twitch.
Okay, got it. So where are you seeing questions?
In the chat. And then you didn't, yeah, you sent me topics. You didn't send me questions. I'm sorry. I misspoke.
That's fine. Can you send me like your? I think I have it. Your Twitch.
Yeah.
It is lost from my browser history.
Oh, this is gonna pull up our DMs. Let me pull that right here. Let's not pull up our DMs. Let's keep that one a secret. Just between you and me. Okay, there we go.
Okay. Just in case I'll need to see the questions people are saying. Okay, so claims about lack of masculinity.
Oh,
has to do with lack of macho-ness, failure.
Most people are
okay, but so we'll get into that.
Yeah. Very excited.
Okay, fine. I mean, you could just read me the questions later or send it to me. It's all good. So yeah, I am. I mean, you know me as Lera. It's actually supposed to be a Russian pronunciation, Lera.
Yeah, I see it. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Anglophones can't really say that, but it's okay.
Are you Russian?
Yeah, I am. I'm Russian Jewish, which is also quite fitting for people who are into this kind of theory. The theory does kind of imply that our identities and place in the world kind of informs our, similar to standpoint epistemology, informs our speaking position and our ability to like know things to some extent. So I do find that a bunch of the other theorists about like psychoanalysis stuff are sometimes like similar ethnicities and have faced like similar problems over time. But yeah, I mean, I've been transitioning for about 10 years. I've been around different trans communities. I've seen how a lot of it has changed from being much more, you know, uh, isolated phenomenon in like certain circles online to becoming like a top tier like culture war issue,
Yeah.
and kind of a sticking point for a lot of people. And it's something that I don't think we're over. I don't think we're gonna really get over it. There was, I guess, the uh, saga with Trump winning and trying to roll back a bunch of the additions to trans rights, like access to healthcare. Some of it has worked, some of it hasn't. I know like it's still being contested through courts and so on. Um, but even though they've tried to do that, like the issue, the trans problem is not going away, right?
Yeah.
And there's some like structural reasons with the way our society works and the place that gender is supposed to have that are not being filled and will continuously cause clashes over not just the meaning of womanhood and like who counts where, but literally at like an ontological level of society, people's sense of self and subjectivities that are being produced is also bifurcating the society between different types. And part of that is politics. Part of that is also gender.
Can
So
you break that down a little more for like the average normie on the street, right? What does that mean? The bifurcation of parts into society.
yeah. So we should go over through that list pretty much because
Yeah,
while I
yeah.
was writing it, I was thinking of setting up some of the topics and getting there. So okay, let me just finish about my intro. Yeah, so I'm a declaration of my epistemological standpoint, just in case anybody wants to comment me to cancel later over my privilege or lack thereof. So yeah, I'm like a white trans woman from Canada, almost 30, and all of this theory research stuff. It's not exactly my milieu. I'm more from like a STEM background. I studied computer engineering, but I have been into like humanities stuff, separately from that, and kind of educating myself. So most of this theory stuff that I'll be regurgitating is things that people smarter than me have said, but I feel like I'm like tying a few of them together in a way that's maybe interesting to your viewers as well. And then yeah, Trannerland was the server I co-started with a friend. Technically didn't start it exactly, but I didn't make it into the thing that it is today. That one is essentially meant to be a space for trans women primarily. It is kind of like inclusive for cis and trans men, but obviously primarily focused on trans women because that's who stuff concerns to more. And yeah, I kind of felt that there was a lack of these spaces for trans women where they're not subject to either very flattening kind of uh, social justice, like no expression of uh, trying to be like too much of a real woman. Like you shouldn't need to get all the surgery or all the makeup because that's going to be oppressing yourself and actually perpetuating other people's oppression, and it's not necessary. There's like a certain strain of logic that ultimately leads to kind of like you don't really need to transition to be trans, right? I mean, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, yeah.
So I saw a lot of that, and on the other hand, there's like the 4chan esque, just like brainworms doomer crowd who is very analytical and does pay more value to like physical appearance and the actual value of how people perceive you and like being embodied in the real world. And I think shamefully that whole aspect is missing from the other side of the trans like community, but they're also too far gone in terms of not giving themselves opportunities basically to have a better mental state to actually do the things that they say that they want.
Yeah.
So they get
Like the
stuck.
doomers.
The doomers. I mean, they get stuck, like they kind of yearn for something that maybe makes sense, but the way that they're doing it, disempowers themselves from accomplishing it. And
Yeah.
that's kind of a problem as well. So, I mean, yeah, I kind of wanted to start a space for trans women that are trying to find a bit more of a middle ground, and really will really just focus on what needs to be done for themselves in terms of working on their appearance, their voice, their surgeries, like not bringing it to the level of an identity issue, which is we'll see. I consider to be like the everything problem. But
That's the
yeah,
everything problem. I see.
the
Okay.
thing with identities is, yeah, like you kind of declare yourself as a woman, and then it's not clear what other aspects of behavior and appearance are related to that.
What
And
is a woman, right?
everybody everybody knows that there should be something there that goes along with it, but as a society, we've kind of not been able to say what that is,
Yeah.
or we haven't been able to come up with a proper definition of gender, so to speak. And I mean, it's causing all sorts of problems. I kind of see it as interrelated to a lot of things because it is, gender and sexuality, as psychoanalysis talks about them, don't really have their own domain in human life. They permeate the rest of the domains in human life in a way, because you, outside of the bedroom, your kind of gender in like the workplace, in public, it shouldn't matter in polite society, in a sense, right? I mean, it does, obviously. And there's like discrimination and stuff, and there's affirmative action to try to counter those things. But as a whole, we don't expect that, okay, men and women have to be treated that differently outside of like specifically sex and reproduction.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we keep doing it also. Like very quickly find out if you go in a workplace as a woman that people do treat you differently, and there is kind of an allocation of like care consideration. There is like care consideration, and that kind of permeates all of these aspects of life that aren't necessarily sexualized or don't necessarily involve gender. They somehow have it, or somehow it matters in that context. So gender and sexuality don't really have their own domain in that sense. They affect everything, and that's why they're also cause problems and everything. But yeah, I mean, it's a bit about me. So we can get into like that list.
How has that journey with Trannerland been? Do you think that like it's been having a positive impact on the what, almost 2,000 people that are there?
I think it's had good and bad impacts.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely, like some people have been hurt by what they see as a bit too toxic or critical, judgmental environment.
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of other, like most people, have benefited though. I do appreciate when I get comments from others who are like, glad that I was like giving them more information or kind of pointing them in the right way, or just like try to make a more chill, fun space
Yeah.
that isn't as stuck in like moralizing about words, even though we know that, okay, like we're all kind of sharing the same struggle. We don't have to like hate each other over words, but we don't have to be completely like sterile and boring about it also,
Yeah.
right? So I mean, most people, I think, have enjoyed it and do appreciate it for what it is, even despite of its like flaws. But it's been a very big challenge to try to balance it, and I am using some of this theory to like think of how I can help people, how I can divide up different, like, I mean, roles as a form of identity, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
So like roles and channels and stuff, and uh, see like the different types of people and types of trannies that you can sort out, and make them coexist a bit more. That's also a big thing that I feel like is missing from a lot of other communities or trans spaces that I saw. It's just like them not being able to bridge the gap between early and late transitioners.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll find that whenever you go to like support groups or other more like casual, whatever, like, or sorry, not casual, like more official, like trans network events or like other things like that, it's largely going to be people who are early transition, who are like struggling and need it more.
Yeah.
Uh, you don't see as many of girls who've like transitioned for a decade. They got older surgery, like they look perfect. They're stealth. They've quote unquote like moved on from the community, right? They're kind of
Yeah.
past it. So yeah, like how do you keep those people in the same space without them hating each other, but still having some rapport, still being able to give advice and perspectives and so on. So there's been a lot of like moderation decisions made in the background and a lot of decisions about how the server is organized and so on to try to mediate that. And I mean, I think considering it's been over a year and we haven't imploded, it's doing pretty decent. It's actually been
Yeah.
over 2 years now.
Yeah, that's
Almost.
awesome. Yeah, if you're trans, you should definitely check out Trannerland. I'll make sure to put a description in, or I'll put a link in the description at the end. Because I think if I mess with the settings, it'll mess the whole thing up. But thank you for the intro. Now, getting into the topics that you wanted to cover, did you want to start with like leftism and rightism, or did you want to start elsewhere? Are you muted?
I was pretty much gonna start from the top, but let me
Yeah,
just
go ahead. Start from the top.
one sec. I wanted to
Just
switch
briefly
this.
addressing what you were saying there, then, I definitely agree that it's kind of hard to bridge that gap between early transitioners and later transitioners. You know, I was just telling the chat right before you got here about how recently I hung out with this baby trans, right? I was recording a video with them with her. And it was awkward. I was the first trans person she's ever met, and like we were just at different stages, you know. And like I was trying to explain how like I had all these emotions coming back up that were like reminiscent of my early transition, and like I don't know. It was just it's definitely a hurdle I imagine as like a server owner bridging that gap on like a systemic level. You're
Yeah,
muted again.
definitely.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Yeah, no, I have versus doc. I just need to remember to press it. Sorry, I'm just sorting this list so I can get through it a bit easier. I wrote too many stuff. We definitely won't be able to talk about all of this. But
Do you have a time
maybe we could do
limit
it.
that I should keep in mind?
Maybe we could do it in a couple of sessions later. Like we can do maybe another talk at some point.
Okay. Do you have a time limit that I should keep in mind?
Um, Maybe like an hour from now. Let's just say I can stay a bit longer afterwards, but let's just say
Okay.
like an
Just
hour from
ballpark.
now.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay.
Sorting them. Did you put them in a spreadsheet?
No, just in my own notes, and I'm
I
just pulling
see.
out
I
some
see.
other documents and stuff that I have. Okay,
Okay, is that better? I had to fix my audio.
that's fine. I can hear you good.
Well, they just said that you were louder than I was. That I had to be a little louder.
Hmm. Okay, and actually, my first item on the list was leftism and rightism. So I
Yes.
wrote so much. I've been writing so much in the last few weeks that it's been a little bit hard for me to keep track of it. But I have like several different places. I've been like writing on Blue Sky, on Twitter, on just like a essay on a document, and obviously chatting in tons of discords and talking to people separately aside from that too. But some of these topics, like yeah, I might need to stop for a sec and we can evaluate together. Maybe I'll ask you some stuff and just
Okay.
try to lead us into the topic. So okay, like
Sure.
leftism and rightism. This is just to kind of bring into our attention the fact that okay, why is it even that we have like more or less two political wings, right? Like we can see obviously there's a lot of different political strains. If you go on poll or you go on any like list of political ideologies, yeah, there's basically a million of different. If you're like a teenager in the West growing up and you have like no uh, sense of meaning in your life, and you kind of just get radicalized in something online. Like, you have a big selection of ideologies,
Yeah.
but at the end of the day, you'll find that whenever you clash with somebody who's, maybe an adjacent ideology, or maybe um, in a different domain that's related. So, I mean, you could maybe have issues around like climate justice or activism, but then that is maybe subsumed by larger, um, class-based, like left-right issues. So even if you take like one position in a different context, you would still be taking a position that's somehow related to that, or also represents a split between two sides of
Mm-hmm.
something. And you can kind of see that in every, I mean, even on the world stage, right? Throughout the 20th century, obviously we had two superpowers competing, left and right. It sort of fell apart, but uh, America tried to proclaim its, kind of ultimate evanescence in being the only superpower in the kind of 21st century. But that's obviously not really how it's turning out, right? China is rising as the second rival to make it another dual kind of right left dichotomy. If you look at every country in the world, pretty much, that has a parliamentary system, they get broken down into a left and right. Um, Even if you have a much more proportional representative type of system, like in the Netherlands or something, right? It's not a two-party system per se, but even with all of their parties, which I believe is like regularly getting like 6 to 10 or something, uh, you know, significant shares of the vote,
Yeah.
they still split into left and right agreements over specific policies. Like, they'll have maybe three parties that are kind of aligned. They're like center left to moderate left to far left, and then the same thing on the right. So why is it that things always split into these two sides? You could say even on like a local level or like a regional level, your uh, state elections are also going to have like two candidates or two sides. There's that whole dynamic with like NIMBYs and YIMBYs, which is kind of political, right, in urban planning. But that's, I mean, directly connects to all of the other kind of like right wing, more conservative Republican types of views, as opposed to the Dems and leftists and so on. So again, like, two things, it always gets split like this. Um, and I think, to me, this is like the first sign that there is something very psychoanalytical going
Mm-hmm.
on. And the reason I say that is because, really, like, psychoanalysis is somewhat of a broad topic, but at its most basic level, and this is kind of what I've inferred as a self-taught admirer of different perspectives, is that it concerns structures of thought and how we organize reality in our minds, essentially, which is where the political dichotomy essentially stems from,
Yeah.
is related to this kind of split in thinking itself, or in the structures of thought that make up our unconscious mind.
Like male versus female brain type vibes, or like, do you think
Yes,
a third position could kind of exist, like a third
so that's
category?
that's a good question. I actually think it can't,
It
and
can't.
and
It's impossible. It's an impossibility.
yes, and I'll try to explain why.
Non-binary does not exist. Non-binary brain is not real to you.
So, I mean, I've been arguing with people about this, and I've gotten a lot of flack. Obviously, it's not really that there isn't some sort of aspect of neutrality, but okay. I mean, here's how I would reframe it. Even if you were to be non-binary, in every instance of life where your gender is really going to come into effect, and I don't just mean in a very vague, abstract kind of like label, like, oh, I got the correct label, but it's like, how are people going to see and treat you? Generally will get broken down into two types, and you'll get gendered either way. I mean, that's an imposition from outside society that doesn't represent what they feel internally, but what does it mean for uh, the two sides of the gender binary if we do accept there is a sort of non-binary, is it a middle point, or is it an outside point of the binary? obviously there's other people who would say that they're like agender or some other kind of label that implies that it's like not related to the binary at all. But non-binary itself kind of implies that at best it's kind of not taking to either one of those sides, but still existing in the paradigm of two polarities, where it's a bit like I like to think of this example, superposition in quantum mechanics.
Hmm.
You ever hear about like how like qubits work and things like that, and like superposition? Like you have a waveform that has a probability of being a certain something, a certain of two states, or I mean, it could be more depending on how you uh, kind of perceive or structure it. But essentially, there's an intermediate position that is only existing as a probability of some sorts, where when you go to check what that is, essentially, when you apply some sort of mechanism of observation, the waveform collapses into one of those states, right? So the probability is reduced to something that is perceived, or sorry, that it's changed through perception to take one of two sides. And I think that the structures of thought and the way that gender works is similar. So with regards to non-binary people, they are able to, claim it as like a legal identity, and I think that's probably even a good thing, that we need a way to within the context of how we understand gender as a society today, to give people some room to just be like a third thing, and uh, you know try to not completely get bound up in the labeling of the other two genders. But it's an incomplete solution in a way, and yeah, oftentimes it doesn't mean a whole lot to people, because I'm sure you've ran into others who say stuff like, well, like, isn't everybody kind of non-binary to some extent? Or, like a woman who, a gender critical woman who doesn't accept the impositions of female gender that were given to her, she might claim, like, okay, well, temperamentally and personality wise, I have aspects of both. So I'm non-binary, but like the label doesn't count or something.
Yeah. Can I push back a little? I understand where you're coming from in terms of like this first person identification point of view. But you talking about only two genders makes me think of this thing I read a while back before my JREG interview about like
So
this
I'll
trinary. Do you know where I'm going with that? The like
no, go ahead.
man woman freak. Like there's like
Okay,
three.
yeah. I mean, I sent you that article also about it, right?
Yeah, yeah.
The
But
trans misogyny one.
I guess what I'm leaning towards is like I feel like you're saying in normative society, people see you as male or female, man or woman, whatever, one of these two genders. But is that actually accurate? I feel like with increasing like intellectualization of gender, right? Like when people get seen on the street, if you're a trans woman or a trans guy, like you might just get clocked and then they're gonna think you're weird. They're not gonna think you're a man or a woman. They're gonna think you're like some weirdo, right? And like,
But the weirdo is also, to some extent, just it's a person who's not fitting that dichotomy,
mm-hmm.
but they're not fitting it in one of two ways, in a sense. I mean,
Yeah, they're getting
you
clumped into like that third category of like the other.
no, one sec. But here's the thing: that could happen to a trans woman because she is seen as like a man or a male who's not able to be parsed within the man-woman dichotomy, and in that context, they get othered and alienated. But they're perceived that way because they're perceived as like a male who doesn't fit being a man, but they can't like fit them in the woman category either. I
That's
think for
isn't that a third
for
thing?
somebody, but for somebody who's like assigned female at birth and tries to just present as not as non-binary and gets like rejected for that, um, they're not othered in the same way, and their incongruence with that third term is not analogous to how it is for assigned male at birth non-binary person who's also getting like otherized in that context.
Even like retrans, testosteronated females, for lack of better terminology. Just to
I mean,
really get to the specific of what I'm
well,
referring to.
what I would say there is they're getting othered and being dehumanized essentially. But if you're dehumanized, you're no longer really having a gender identity. I mean, you can't say that non-binary represents the state of not fitting in gender and
No,
just
no,
being
no. I'm
dehumanized
not saying
because
that's non-binary. I'm just saying that it does feel like there are more poles of gender that we recognize as society, not as polite society, but as society, that are more than just like male and female. And I guess I'm curious if you think there are any like
so
neurological.
I'm gonna blow your I'm gonna blow
Okay,
your brain because part of what the serious stuff is, and I haven't even gone into the first topic fully, but uh, I don't actually think there's two genders. The
you
thing
said that
is,
like 2 minutes
it's
ago.
actually a matter of there being a complex gender in a sense of one real gender and then another term that is its obverse or its inverse or its interrelated counterpart that is not entirely a separate thing, but they're defined relationally together. Not as a so here's the thing: depending on how stable you consider that configuration,
The
would
what?
make you so the configuration of like male and female sides.
You said the
If you
Pentagon House?
configuration of
Oh,
two genders. If you see that as like a structure where there's just two equal positions, that essentially would make you a conservative with regards to the roles of men and women. But I don't actually think that's how gender operates. I think that there's essentially one real category of gender that gets applied, and then one kind of fake category that necessarily exists because of the first category, but does not exist independently of it, even though there's still like both positions are necessary for society. So that's going to be the overall argument of everything I'm going to talk about. And what it implies is that there isn't actually two genders. There's one gender, and we'll get into why. So let me just recap a bit of the psychoanalysis overview. Like, why am I even talking about it and stuff like this, and you know how I discovered some of these other ideas and connected them. I mean, yeah, psychoanalysis at a basic level talks about structures of thought, talks about how our unconscious is organized. So unconscious is a big thing. This is something that is very kind of overlooked by modern society, undervalued in the sense of where in life does that kind of affect and matter for us in order to like organize how we live, and even care about the stuff that is unconscious. You know, as scientific discoveries have been made throughout modernity and enlightenment, it's made it so that people are more and more willing to accept that we understand and know reality, that we can take it as a given that what we see in consciousness is how things are, and we kind of like ignore essentially the mechanisms of what the unconscious does because we have such a well structured scientific way of seeing the world where we don't even need to think about it in a sense because it's just kind of there and our thoughts just tell us what it is.
hmm.
Well, really the question of like the unconscious mind is sort of the question of free will and ability to control thought. So this is something I would like to ask you. What do you think about like the free will and determinism question in terms of how your conscious or unconscious experience like structures your daily life? Do you feel like you're able to exercise free will, or
Um,
do you feel like there's things that are just
I, I, I,
set for you that you're following?
I feel like this question kind of is not one or the other. Like you have some degree of free will, but also a lot of not free will. Because I
Mhm.
have free will, like you have free will, just like there's 7 other billion people on the planet that have free will. So it's like, do you really have free will when you're in this ocean of people with their own directives? I don't know. You have a little bit of influence, but not really. Like, you're like a minnow swimming in the ocean.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, because we're kind of affected by a bunch of other things, and we have constraints because of it. And it's not just like physical. It's a very naive thing to think that it's just a matter of like physical constraints of what we're able to do. It's also the fact that we have to coexist with other people, and we have to take in consideration that they're going to be a certain way. That also is going to determine like what we're think we're capable of or not.
Yeah,
So the thing about the unconscious, do you know Sam Harris?
I've heard of him. I don't know a lot about his philosophy.
So Sam Harris was one of the four like horsemen of the atheist like movement in the previous decade. Uh, this is something probably something you've experienced if you've been online. You're a bit younger than me, so maybe you haven't seen it quite to the same extent. But from like the period of like 2000s in the U.S. Post 9/11 and stuff, there was more of this conflict over like religious fundamentalism. Obviously, they were fighting like radical Islam, but also at home they have tons of crazy, whatever, evangelical, like Zionist, like strange, uh, very ideological, like Christian people, as well as like in powerful positions of government, even, and you can see that more today. But there was a lot of like this kind of influence of like religious stuff in a society that ostensibly was moving past that because we're like a secular country. We're not really supposed to be doing things by religion, even though we have freedom for religion. The
Yeah,
state doesn't get involved in that. Well, at the culture war level, um, that used to be the culture war, essentially, right? It's like there was these people like Richard Dawkins, uh, who are the others? Yeah, Sam Harris, uh, Daniel Dennett was just, was he counting as one of them?
I was definitely alive, but I was young during this. In middle school, I started this club called Atheists United with
Christopher
other
Hitchens,
people.
sorry. Hitchens is
Christopher
dead now, but
Hitchens.
yeah, yeah. So,
Are the
I mean,
rest
yeah,
of them alive?
I believe so, yeah.
Mm.
Richard Dawkins, so interesting thing. I mean, this whole debate, this is like related to Gamergate and later like the cultural war over feminism and later cultural war over gender itself and now cultural war over trans people.
Yeah.
I see that as a continuation of this like strain of thought that relates these abstract two sides that can be described with psychoanalytics. Um, but yeah, why did I bring up Sam Harris? So they're atheists. They believe in physicalism, essentially, which is there's nothing in the world in reality that isn't made of matter or isn't based on the material physical world in a way. There isn't different realm of properties or some kind of existence that can claim itself beyond or separate to just pure physical matter, and things in physical matter operate by physically causal kind of laws of nature essentially. So uh, a bunch of their arguments had to do with why God and religion and stuff is kind of fake and like leading people to doing these crazy irrational things. And some of it was also, yeah, about the question of free will and where to fit essentially the theory of like physical determinism in the context of having God or not, right? Because if we say there is no God and there is no spirit, there isn't this like other realm of spirituality or something like that, something that's mental, then we only have like the base matter, and the base matter operates by physical laws. Therefore, our subjectivities, our existence in real life, including our minds, are also operating by the same set of causal laws underlying it. So the kind of result of that is implying that we are predetermined in a sense. And this gets very complex. I mean, most of these guys have, I will admit, like more elaborate kind of theories to try to fit in the role of free will, to try to say, okay, well, we don't have free will, but if we kind of like frame things in this way or that way, like, Daniel Dennett especially has gone further in trying to solve the so-called hard problem of consciousness. I don't know if you've heard that term.
I've heard it, but I couldn't tell you like what it means.
It's kind of just trying to connect like the level of neuroscience to the level of like mental perception and thoughts, right? Like there's a certain sense to where there's physical description of the world that we are able to do using scientific terminology and discourse measurements, and there's a certain level of like spiritual or mental abstract thoughts maybe that have to do with what they call like qualia, which is a property of sense that we could say that maybe humans have that can't be described with science and maybe can't be said to exist as a result. For example, if you look at the sky and you say that it's blue, and I look at the sky, like how can I know that my blue is the same as your blue? We could say that, yeah, there's a certain wavelength and it hits your retina on a certain like signal, but when it's actually perceived in your like mental view of what the world is, um, our physical descriptions of science can't really get to that level. That can only get to a certain like limit in neuroscience to where we can't like really abstract higher than that, or it gets like too tricky, or it gets very too complex to just easily unravel where that blueness is. So that's kind of like the hard problem of consciousness, and that's something that is worthwhile for them to solve. Sam Harris specifically went a lot on about determinism, and one of the ways that he would present the argument is essentially, if you think about how your daily life, you go about your day and like try to interact with things and like have desires and engage with other people, maybe start to have opinions about things. Like what does it really mean for you to be able to have your opinion and interject with your thought? Right now, I am speaking to you. Your brain is kind of just picking up the signals from your headphones, processing it, and then what is it doing to create your thoughts? Like, where are they coming from? Is it are you simply thinking the same thing that I'm saying, or is your brain interpreting it and creating some sort of meaning for you? Or are you doing that yourself? Like, do you have free will to uh, understand what I'm saying in any which way, or are you only able to understand it through the stuff that you've learned already that you're able to talk about? Right. So Sam Harris would basically point out that your brain, your mind, is consciously just spitting out thoughts. It's generating thoughts based on information it's perceiving, that is being synthesized with information that's already present, that is kind of like a mental map of the world of some sorts that can categorize the incoming sense data, and place it into a certain context and meaning, which then produces the thought about what that thing is and what it can do, its implications, and you kind of live in this like sequence where you're just going about your day, and your brain and your mind is just like generating thought, and then you can decide, do I agree and action this thought, or can I take the thought and send it back to the lab and evaluate it some more so that a different thought comes out, and then maybe that thought is better and doesn't have the same type of problem. And that's kind of like what people, at a basic level, do when they simulate scenarios in their head, right? You can think of somebody who's like anxious about a social scenario or something else. Like, what does it mean for them to be anxious about that scenario? It means they're kind of sitting there and their brain is automatically generating uh, ideas, visuals, perceptions about like what other people might say, what they might think, trying to use the mental model of other people to fit into our mental environment, and kind of essentially using the generation of thoughts to kind of either control or lose control of a situation potentially. But the point is, your brain does this in an unconscious way. It kind of is able to just spit out the thought, and in your conscious level, all you're really doing is either agreeing to that thought or saying no to it, and somehow like getting it to reprocess. Do you feel like what I'm saying makes sense, or is this not your experience?
Um, it makes
You're,
sense. I
you're
think
looking a little dumbfounded. You're like sitting there.
I think I disagree maybe with some of what you're saying, but it makes sense for sure. I just have I've been developing a framework about like the way that we interact as well, and I personally feel like we have a lot more control over our understanding space, is what I call it in my framework, than it sounds like many of these atheist thinkers would imply.
Yeah. I mean,
Um,
I also disagree with him in a way, but I think that yeah, some of these other problems that I've mentioned about like gender and so on are related to this,
yeah,
which I'll try to explain. But I mean, okay, at a basic level, yeah, your unconscious mind exists and it generates thoughts. Now, how we can control and have space to have more free will, that is a very important problem that we can talk about more. You're right that you know there is some room for it, some extent of it, but it's not super straightforward. It's not like you can't decide what's the next thought that's going to pop into your mind.
but you can influence the future
You
thoughts
can
that you have.
influence it. You can influence it, but how are you really influencing it? You're going about your life with certain goals and perspectives in mind that you're kind of like what led you to waking up this morning and getting on this call with me. It's like we talked about it and proposed about it earlier. So you didn't need to like generate or like wake up and have to like generate from scratch the thought of maybe doing this. It was already latent and it just kind of like preceded by the logic of the day in some sense. So there is some room for free will, but it's not a given. It's not so simple to say that we can always exercise free will. For the most part, people are operating by what their unconscious mind is kind of producing or generating. And another way to think about this is, okay, let's say we aren't sure if free will exists, we're agnostic about it, but then so we can't prove, maybe we can't prove if it's deterministic or not. But how should we act as a result if we can't prove it? Well, we could act like we're predetermined and then actually be predetermined, or we can act as if we have free will and do crazy shit, and then that would prove that we do actually have free will, maybe. So it's kind of like the way that you approach it maybe actually changes it. So we only have free will maybe to the extent that we say that we do. If we stop saying we have free will, we actually lose free will. Maybe.
Maybe.
But the point is that there needs to be some space to fit that in. If you don't want to say it, if you just kind of agree with Sam Harris and you go in like the physical determinism route, you will end up essentially like denying that other people can like choose differently. But there's for him there would still be some sort of development of like reciprocal sharing of information, and maybe we could still arrive at some more like peaceful society. But um, this is like something that we can't really control. Essentially, we're gonna have to clash until it inevitably happens, sort of
Yeah.
thing.
Let me tee you up with a question here. Somebody asked, what would acting predetermined look like? Do you want to step into the idea of gender? Because that's kind of this idea of predetermined action, at least from the way that I would perceive a gender, right? Or do you feel like there's a better direction to go with that?
Well, we can. I'll get into the gender stuff in a bit more, but like I would say that at the most basic level is being gay or queer or trans, because society tries to push you to be a certain way, and I mean in that context at least it's like you're supposed to have a choice. It's like, okay, you choose to adopt the cis heteronormative position that's allotted or expected of you in the society. Well, why don't we choose that? It's like we feel like compelled at some existential base level that we can't choose to be that way. We actually have to be a different way, right? We're like, in some sense, determined to be the way that we are, and we feel that we don't have control over this, or that we shouldn't have control over this, right? If somebody was like, well, you could just choose to not be trans, I mean, you wouldn't agree that it's like you could just choose it, right? You don't, in that context, in that specific thing,
Hmm.
you're not really free to decide what you will be like or like what you will want inherently. You just kind of do.
Not what you want, but you could decide to stop transitioning. Like I could decide to stop hormonalizing, and like maybe I still have the latent transgenderism, the latent transsexuality, but I don't necessarily have to be a medicalized trans
So
person.
I mean, again, this is like you can decide if you act on what you want, but you
Hmm.
can't decide what you want. And that's what psychoanalysis and the unconscious is about, is your thoughts and desires and what you want is being provided for you by this generating neural mechanism that you don't fully control. And the only part that you do control is the conscious level of executive action based on the unconscious generation of those thoughts in some way.
See,
That's
that's where I feel like we actually have a lot more influence than most people give ourselves credit for. Because you don't only have access to the outputs, you also have access to the inputs, right? Like,
so it's okay. I mean, it's, to some extent, yes. I think, Kat, for you specifically, like, you are a pretty special person. Like, you're also very, adamant about researching these things, finding out new ideas, and you're very like open-minded.
but maybe
Um,
it's predetermined. No, I'm
well,
just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
yeah,
I'm
no,
making a
that's
joke.
not what I was trying to go with that. But I'm just saying, like, you yourself, I'm sure you're gonna have some excellent like like techniques to think about thoughts that enable your free will, because I can tell that you have a lot of will. We just put it
I
that way. So like I know that you're gonna have some objections to some of what I'm saying. I'm not really trying to say that things are determined. I'm trying to explain, okay, why does psychoanalysis talk about the unconscious, and like
yeah.
why does this context matter? It's really a kind of way to tackle more of the normie mentality. You can think of it of like the typical mentality of society, or like how the median or average subject is kind of operating based on these fundamental rules that to some extent can be bent with proper awareness and techniques, and maybe stuff that you're do for yourself that is helpful. Most people aren't really operating like that. Most people are operating at some sort of level of, they want the basic things that a human animal might want. They have impositions from society, and they are kind of go about their life following a script to a certain extent, fulfilling their biological needs and filling their role in culture, and not necessarily having to like break out of the script entirely. And it's for trans people, it's like obvious that life isn't like that, and for queer people, etc. But for a more normie subject, and this is not, I don't think like the ideal normie type exists, but on average, it's like that. This is kind of how thought operates, and psychoanalysis tries to address the common case, essentially, or how these structures of thought work in general,
Hmm.
not necessarily for the most eccentric, special kind of edge cases, even though it does help explain us as well, I think. But so when I'm saying stuff, just keep in mind, like, try to just assume something more of like a normie type of subjectivity, and
Okay.
how
Okay.
that handles life. And
Sorry.
it's okay. No, I mean, it's good that you're challenging me. So okay, that's kind of what psychoanalysis is meant to be about. And I mean, yeah, so some of the other parts of it is um, the division of the mind. So I don't know if you've ever seen those like charts about id and the ego and stuff. Like it goes all the way back to Freud.
Do you have a picture?
Although, yeah.
Oh my
Well,
God.
I'll just kind of pull up some stuff on my tablet, because I can also share my screen. Do you know what do you know about psychoanalysis? Tell me.
I know a little. I'm not as well read on all these things as you are, but I'm probably more well read than like your normie on the street, but not like that much more well read. Just like it's all tangential to the kinds of things that I'm interested in. So
Well, do you know about Freud? Do you know about how people make fun of him and stuff?
I do know a little bit about Freud.
So I think like it's a pretty interesting way how psychoanalysis turned out in society, because people make fun of a bunch of it because they're like, oh, it's like weird and like sexual, and like, oh, you want to fuck your mom? What? Like they kind of don't take it seriously.
Yeah.
But there's like a ton of concepts like projection. Well, I mean, okay, first off, the unconscious mind in general is a psychoanalytic concept. But let's say like, oh, did somebody join? What was that?
They might have joined to listen, but people can't speak if they join here.
Oh, okay, fine.
So sorry
Um,
if it's like
I-
noisy.
yeah, so like, projection. Like, when was the last time you heard somebody be like, "Oh, you're projecting on somebody"?
Oh, I've heard
Like,
that. People say that
like
all
that's
the time.
Yeah. So like that's like a Freudian thing. Like the people kind of accept a bunch of their premises, but they don't really know that it comes from psychoanalysis. They just like uh, assume it's like general kind of like psychology. Uh, something like this maybe. Oh shit.
Can I ask you a question somebody asked in chat?
Yes. I'm not gonna be
Uh,
able to do this.
that is way too bright. Can you turn your brightness down? I think if you turn your brightness down all the way, it might work.
I think it's not gonna work.
That's okay.
Okay, I could share my screen. Maybe that would make more sense.
Yeah, you can see it now.
But it's
Okay.
does it look flipped for you?
It's flickery, but it's not flipped. Like it's readable. It's readable. Superego and
Um.
ego. It's an
Okay.
iceberg,
So.
everybody.
Oh wait, I'm reflecting the whole thing on the screen. It's not really comfortable for me to show it like that. But anyways, there's supposed to be this breakdown of how the psyche works. This is an abstraction of thinking that isn't directly related to like it's not necessarily like a neural correlate to it. It's not like a neural structure. It's a higher level abstraction of how the mind is kind of divided. Part of the idea there is that we're never simply a unified whole or a unified like I or sense of self. Like this is something that is maintained by these like mechanisms of the conscious and subconscious mind that create a feeling of wholeness or this like holistic continuity of identity that allows you to kind of feel a sense of self, without which you feel alienated, depersonalized, psychotic, or otherwise not having a kind of a stable, consistent sense of self that is unified. So that's sort of supposed to be the function of the ego. So ego is related to like your sense of self and identity. The id is, as you probably heard, it's kind of like the base, like cardinal, like instincts and drives, and kind of like a lot of the most of the conscious is kind of in there. And then the super ego is how the societal rules of conduct and morality and stuff are kind of imposed from the top and apply to this mediation essentially between what society says you're allowed to do, what your drives and desires want to do, and then in the middle there's an ego, and the ego is mediating or controlling them to some extent to make sure that we can get a bit of our cardinal desires out, but still fit within societal rules enough to like not kind of get cast out by others or be othered, right? Be uh, dehumanized, be counted as not a subject. And this causes like a real sense of loss when it happens, right? So when somebody loses their sense of ontological wholeness, um, and they feel like they don't fit in society, like this is not just a kind of a physical thing of like, oh, I don't have friends like I'm around, or I don't have like a family that I'm around right now, or somebody that cares about me. Like it's a problem at a kind of a deeper level of those unconscious structures of thought, right? Where in their own mental map of the world, where every other subject and person has some sort of location, they don't have a concept of themselves in their own mental map. And so they can't feel human as far as thinking about the world goes. Um, and that can happen if there isn't this stability between the levels of the id and superego. If superego is like missing somehow, or if the ego itself is not able to kind of synthesize those levels, or essentially something that kind of affects your unity of your sense of self, and that is potentially fragile. Like society is meant to prop up our sense of self and keep us within certain wholeness that it reduces our anxiety. It allows us to like go and go to work and like engage with friends and engage romantically, sexually, create families. Obviously, part of this is that it helps standardize people in a way into types, and then that is supposed to enable them being able to interact with each other in a consistent way. And obviously, gender slash sex is a big part of that. It's kind of meant to define how you see yourself, your sense of subjectivity, and it's a mechanism for some sort of uh, coordination in society or some sort of unity, right? It's supposed to kind of help um, fill in that relation in the family between the man and the woman, so that they're able to procreate and have a family unit and perpetuate society for the next generation. Like that's sort of where that superego function and controlling the it comes from. And psychoanalysis tries to go over all this stuff, explain how the unconscious is generating those thoughts, how it's sustaining the sense of self, and also the fact that it's related to sex, which is this weird thing that doesn't have its own domain. And sexuality perpetually comes up as an issue for psychoanalysis and other disciplines because of its kind of like elusive nature, which is, or I guess I should mention that as well. So, you know, it's weird that as humans we have like a non-reproductive sexuality, right? Because everybody knows, like, okay, we have a supposedly. I actually question this, but a biological drive, quote unquote, instinct to reproduce and whatever, have babies that way. And people kind of reduce sexuality to that oftentimes. I find the most conservative people do that for good ideological reasons. They have good ideological reasons for doing it, but it's kind of taken as a given that our sexuality stems from evolution and from biology and drives, and that we just, like, women don't want it that much and the men want it too much, but that's just because they got evolutionary programmed to have as many kids as they want, so they go around fucking everybody, and like that's what male sexuality is. That's obviously super reductive because people have, I mean, we know people have sex not for kids. Like most sex that happens, most sexuality that happens has nothing to do with actual gestation and childbirth and the prospect of what those kids will be in the future. It's completely unrelated. Even when you talk about like breeding fetish or saying stuff about that during sex, like it's sexy to us as a thought, but that's not the actual purpose that's being said. Like somebody could say that and still pull out, or somebody could say that and still be on birth control, and actually they might go on birth control in order to be able to do like breeding fetish roleplay or whatever.
Yeah.
So sexuality is this like really weird thing that seems like it's perpetuated by our psychic mechanisms, and it isn't fully rational. Like people try to say that it's fully rational by explaining it as this reproduction, but it's not. It doesn't really fit. It doesn't make sense there. And religion historically has served to disguise this problem by basically saying like, okay, well, you can't have non-procreative sex, and if we are able to enforce this, then that means that sexuality will only be procreative and not be not procreative. Well, that only works as long as you like are physically and culturally like having all these like strict mechanisms for it. If you don't have those strict mechanisms in a more natural state, ironically, we revert to non-natural sexuality, right? We revert to like non-reproductive, like weird kinky stuff. So there's something very special and irrational about sexuality that doesn't fit even in psychoanalysis, which tries to explain. But yeah, so I guess that was even like the first few topics. I mentioned also attention economy. Okay, why did I mention attention economy? Because again, our unconscious minds are producing the thoughts that are most meaningful to our ego in a way. That between the structures of the id and the superego that aren't fully conscious. So if you notice, actually, let me pull this back up.
when we're on this topic, I want to talk about social contagion theory. Just somewhere in this attention economy, because I feel like it is kind of interrelated here. Um, but yeah, please go ahead. You were just taking a minute to pull up the
So,
picture.
so do you see how the superego and the id are both together? The majority of it is both together under
Yeah.
the conscious level. So the conscious is above the water. That's unconscious is below. Also, notice there's a level called what did they say in this one? Pre-conscious.
Is that what it says outside the iceberg?
Right here.
It's just hard to read those. Do you have like a thing on your wall that's like shapes? Unconscious, pre-conscious, and conscious.
So the id and the superego are both massively under the water and they're kind of tied together. So what that implies is our base cardinal desires are actually somehow at the same time tied to the moralistic cultural impositions that society organizes us by. Both of those things exist in the subconscious, or sorry, in the unconscious, and both of them come together to generate the thoughts that end up at the conscious level where the ego is kind of managing and deciding like what to do with them. So what that kind of implies again is that it's not just like our uh, you know animalistic nature that's coming up through our stuff that's unconscious. It's also like societal cultural institutions and impositions and morality that's also part of our uh, what is felt as kind of our unconscious, and even sometimes like yeah, it could be felt as like an instinctual biological drive because it's coming as this kind of compulsion to do something, but it's actually not related to animality. It's related to social, human, like unnatural things. It's because both the id and the superego are fused together at that level. And so the unconscious mind is generating thoughts, sending them to your conscious deciding what to do with them. Your conscious experience is basically what you pay attention to in your experience of life. Obviously, if you go outside and there's like shit happening that is maybe catching your attention, that could be uh, related to something that's more um, animalistic, like maybe food or something that you kind of are craving. It could be something that's more like watching for danger, like okay, you're going to cross the street, you need to watch for cars. Obviously your kind of attention is diverted there because there's like potentially an existential issue if you cross the street without looking. So your brain is kind of taking care of like what should I care about in the moment, like what matters to me. This is what I should be focused on, and it just sort of happens over time. Obviously, we have some control of it, but you can even say that you feel compelled to go check your phone and look at your notifs, or
These are things
you
that are
feel
taught to us, though, right? Like, if I think about the reason I look both ways when I cross the street, I'm thinking of when I was a 2 or 3 year old and I heard, like, look left and then right and then left again to make sure you don't get hit by a car. Like,
okay. Let's say you live in a country with no you lived in a village. You were born in a village
yeah,
in Africa. No roads. You move over to a different place. Yeah, there's suddenly like roads and cars moving. You maybe saw somebody get hit by a car. You know that it's a 2-ton steel machine moving at like 100 miles per hour. It's very dangerous. I mean, okay, like intuitively, nobody told you you need to look whichever way,
fair,
but
fair.
it's it's something that'll develop and happen if you're conscious and learning about the world, regardless of like specifically telling you. Although there are stuff that people tell you as well. I mean, like I said, the unconscious mechanism includes base animal drives, instincts, and whatever else. Plus the whole cultural stuff that people told you both come up. But there's a certain attention economy to what people care about beyond that kind of stuff that I mentioned, like outside and food or whatever. And that's specifically for things like politics, things like religion, things like gender and sexuality. Like, why is it that the best rage bait content online has to do with like modern dating, like men are so ridiculous for doing X, women are so ridiculous for doing Y. This is like the greatest like discourse that gets you tons and tons of views on every social media, right? Like that is a topic that catches a lot of attention because it has a lot of, what I would maybe call like phallic value or sexual value, could think of it like sexual market value, whatever. There's things related to that and sexuality that matter. Okay, what are other things like politics? Okay, politics matters a lot because it has to do with, again, like identity, control of resources distribution, and even maybe meanings of sexuality and what's possible there. Like those are the kinds of things that our unconscious mind is gravitating towards always, is like, okay, what are the most important things at this like higher ideal abstract level that isn't just based on things, but like, more significant somehow. It's politics, spirituality, and sexuality, basically. Other like existential type issues about the world, maybe, you know, if you're concerned about, again, the climate change and the world ending, that's kind of existential and maybe related to like death. But all of those things are kind of dealing with like the most significant things that we as humans have to worry about in the modern world. Would you agree with that?
Like those discourse topics?
Yeah. So like sexuality, spirit, like religion, politics,
Okay,
and
okay. I'm just gonna be contrarian. I'm not gonna say if I think they're the most important or not, but I'll say they're the most prevalent. They're on
yeah,
most
yeah, yeah,
people's
yeah, yeah,
minds.
yeah. So that's kind of what the attention economy is about. Is there are these like values circulating throughout society that are related to like money and time, but I also think that there's circulation of values of what would be considered sexual, and those things together interlace to create a certain unified sense of value or meaning that can be thought of as a unit of like cultural transmission of identity or of meaning.
This is where I
That
want to talk about social contagion theory. Do
yes,
you think what you just said has any impact on like the levels of queer people that we see in modern day society?
absolutely, yes. I mean, that's what a lot of my theory is kind of leading to, is topic called sexuation, which is what psychoanalysis calls it, or at least like the ones some of the writers that I've read about, like Joanne Kopchak, who I think is the best about this. She wrote the original kind of analysis that synthesized the Lacan and Kant, basically.
Mm-hmm.
But she, yeah, goes over and explains this a lot better, and like that's kind of where I've based most of my analysis from. And yes, it does imply that gender and identity is, it's not just socially constructed. So here's the problem with what is considered like the gender theory, gender identity theory, gender performativity, gender ideology, like all of these kinds of
Judith
things.
Butler, like that kind of ideology, like
So
wokish gender ideology.
yeah. So the whole psychoanalytic argument of sexuation is a critique of that conception of gender, essentially.
Really? So
Yeah,
this is a very modern philosophy. When is Kopchak?
90s.
Oh,
So
gotcha, gotcha.
she wrote it. She wrote it. So she wrote this famous essay called "Sex and the Euthanasia of Reason." She wrote it like a few years after Gender Trouble came out, but Butler's book,
Interesting.
because she saw this development of the concept of gender, especially in like Anglo academia, which is what people complain about now, right? So if you go to South America or you go to like Asia or Europe or somewhere, they're like, oh, gender is a cultural export from American
Yeah,
like academia.
it's an
Like
American thing.
it's like Anglo connected with some like French like writers like Foucault and stuff, like post structuralism, and that's been like the cultural expert, and they're like, we're being attacked by this gender ideology, and
Yeah.
there is something to that. So the psychoanalytic critique of gender goes through the concept of sexuation, which is a very fundamental, important thing that we have like completely forgotten about as a society. and is sort of, I would say, a big reason for why things are fucked up nowadays. And it does imply that, yes, the fact that we have a lot more queer people now, it's not an innate identity. It's not something that is a natural instinct. It's not something that is a given with how people turn out in the absence of society. It's actually caused by society and the material conditions that are underlying there, which kind of force certain social activities, force certain structures of thought to formulate in the unconscious mind, both at an individual personal level, but also at a collective societal level, that is inevitably compelling people through this unconscious mechanism to stray away from cis heteronormative gender roles and trying to find some other fit with like a different gender or making up their own gender or whatever. So yes, these things are all interrelated, and I'll get into a bit more of like how that works. But
Okay.
let me maybe just get through. Okay, so attention economy. Yeah, that's where we end up deciding what matters to us. And obviously, the gender issue is a big thing. That's why it's a big thing in politics, is because it ties together a bunch of these things, like politics, spirituality, sexuality, and well, existential death kind of status.
Yeah.
So it's like those are like the most significant attention catching things for the human mind, and that's what our unconscious keeps compelling us to. That's why it is such a big topic in discourse, in mainstream media, in just posts you see on like X or whatever other places you look at online. Like these are the things that will get the most engagement, the most hurt feelings, the most like rage baits, the most whatever. And it's an existential thing, not just for us, but for society as a whole. And that's why there's this attention economy of circulating things that is connected to our unconscious mind and drives us to care about things. And I kind of see that as what structures how people relate to each other and like think over time. It's not the technology enables that, but blaming it on the technology itself is the same kind of like naive
Yeah.
perspective that led us here in the first place. Okay, so that was intention economy. Sexuality and sense I already talked about, but I guess okay. Why sense? I guess I can talk a bit about Kant now and the reason and limit stuff. So part of Kant's philosophy was, do you know about Immanuel Kant, by the way, and
Not
German
anything
idealism?
about. I'm least familiar with him out of any of the topics on your list. So,
Do you know what the system of German idealism? You know, people have been trying to finish it for centuries. I remember during 2016 there was this whole like big political fight, right, between the more like left woke SJW establishment and the right wing like frog Twitter people.
mm-hmm.
Remember frog Twitter?
Not particular. Like Pepe the
That was
frog.
yeah, but that was like when the alt right was a thing, and they were trying to like appropriate that. They had like their little movement that was called like frog Twitter, and that was related to like Bronze Age pervert and like Logo Daedalus, like that guy posted a lot. Cantbot, and like all these personalities basically that were affiliated with the alt right back in 2016, 17, and uh, their big thing was like utilizing or like finishing the system of German idealism, which started with, well, not exactly Kant, but it goes through like Fichte and Hegel and like a bunch of these other guys, and it has to do with this like dialectical unity of thoughts of like the ideal way to structure reality in thought so that we can achieve like some sort of harmony or peace or like solve these like hard problems of thinking and so on. um and yeah, trying to explain like why the society that we live in today is fucked up. It's like, oh, if we completed the system of thought, then we'll be able to like fix things and so on. It's kind of funny, but basically Kant and his philosophy developed out of a reaction to like Enlightenment, modernity thinking, and these other philosophers that were split between what was then seen as like the empiricist and rationalist perspectives, which
Mm-hmm.
it's a bit like idealism and materialism. The most simple way that I would explain it is maybe rationalism is putting primacy on the mind organizing reality, and kind of like how the world of concepts uh, determines like what we're going to see and be able to interact with and know about the truth of the world. Whereas empiricism is kind of like we can only rely on our sense data being like your incoming perception of light, of the environment, of space and time, and making predictable observations of things and noticing patterns.
Yeah.
So it's essentially like inductive method, right? You're kind of just looking at specifics and combining a bunch of specifics and then generalizing a sort of concept or mechanism or something from there. So that's like the more empiricist view of you only start with like the base sense and then you build up like the mind. Whereas rationalism is a bit more like you assume the mind is a certain way and then you can like deduce down to what the reality is that's being perceived as. So there's this kind of like conflict. It's also related to like Cartesian dualism. Rene Descartes. Like I think therefore I am, that guy.
Mm-hmm.
So that's also part of the problem with our society now, is that it follows through this strain of philosophy um, into our modern world, where we have something a bit like that, right? I mean, I think that most like even polite liberals and even like conservatives and stuff, I mean, sort of believe in something akin to mind body dualism, right? Where there is a type of subjectivity or abstract like mental consciousness that exists for all humans, and then there's just like the physical bodies and worlds they inhabit, and those are like two separate spheres or realms somehow, right? So it's a dualist ontology. It sees that the reality of the world is made up of kind of two realms or sets of properties that aren't directly um, well, they have some sort of correspondence or some sort of like relation or so on, but they can be set to like be separated somehow. And this is a problem for trans people, because what sort of happens is if you assume uh, mind that is kind of a universal subjectivity, and we just have different bodies, right? So that kind of implies that like, okay, if there's like a neutral soul, let's say it's like you can think of the mind as like a soul. So if there's only one universal type of soul, but people just have different bodies, then kind of implies that like, well, the mind can kind of determine like what the body is going to be doing, but in practice, and how it's turned out in our current world, is that like we observe the mechanisms of the body and then we use the mind to kind of optimize for that. And we end up like operating by what the body is like supposed to do. And I'll get into this in a bit, but the mind body dualism is this kind of separation of the two realms, and it has to do with philosophy through the Renaissance, Enlightenment, and like modernity, industrialization. This whole period was a stretch of philosophical developments. The German idealists were trying to create some synthesis of these different perspectives or takes to have a unified way of looking at the world that can encompass all of the truths and tell us everything we need to know about how everything should work. That's kind of always been the goal. So Kant was reacting to this split between the rationalists and empiricists, and he was like, okay, something here doesn't fully add up. Like, we need a more comprehensive way to talk and fit in this theory. So for him, he was trying to kind of utilize both aspects to explain how we perceive the world. And part of that was his concept of like transcendental apperception. Sounds like a very fancy term. Essentially what it means is, okay, so reality is like a field of space-time that just exists in itself, but we can't really say what that is without assuming that a conscious subject has a certain mechanism of perception that limits the incoming space-time into a sequence of thoughts of some sort that can be made digestible for the mind. So what that implies is that there's a faculty or a kind of mechanism in your mind that is able to take incoming sense data and categorize and sort it in a way that will fit your mental map of what the world is. And that's done based on like observing repeated phenomena. Like if you see that a apple falls from a tree every time there's an apple in the tree and it gets cut down, like you can deduce that, or sorry, you know, yeah, I mean, deduce from that that there's something like a force of gravity or whatever, right? And continue on from there, essentially. And yeah, for Kant, he kind of divided into what he called like faculty of understanding and faculty of intuition. So intuition has to do with your incoming sense data, ability to perceive the environment and time. Oh, sorry, one sec.
You're fine. Lera had a visitor. Lera, you're
Yeah,
unmuted still,
that's
just so
okay.
you know.
Yeah, no, I know, no, it's okay.
Okay,
So
okay,
yes,
just making sure.
there's a faculty of intuition that has to do with sense of time and environment, and there's a faculty of understanding which has to do with um, like logical categorization of properties, including like you know, whether something is like a unified singular thing or whether it's like a continuous spread out thing. And the categories are the basis of our mathematics, of rationality, of language, of science, whereas the intuition is the basis of, well, intuition, sense data. I would like to consider it as like vibes, because it has to do with how you're existing in real life experience and perceiving stuff around you, where there's kind of like a feeling of something that isn't necessarily reducible to just describing it with words. I feel like that's what vibes sort of is like you don't fully contain it within the categories, but it's intimately related to real life experience and intuition and sense. So kind of all of our reality is organized by these like two faculties, and
Mm-hmm.
we structure our understanding of the world based on this. And yeah, the system of German idealism is kind of just a description of how this kind of works. These other theorists try to kind of extend and apply it to other things, and essentially, yeah, be able to explain everything that we see and know. So there are certain limits to thinking that become a problem, that Kant was able to identify in a much more formulaic way. So a bunch of the stuff that he talked about is like ideas that already existed before, but he was the first to really like seriously systematize them in a way that would be useful for philosophers in the future to refer to. Um, and I think like to that level, like his discovery, like, they're not even like discoveries, they're just like more formulaic restatements of things that we've already known from philosophy, which is just a description of how thinking works. So okay, why limits? There's been this whole big attack on quote unquote metaphysics. So I don't know. I mean, do you feel like metaphysics matters, or do you feel like metaphysics still exists in the current world, or like what even is that? Because nobody really knows or cares.
Yeah, what do you mean? What do you mean by metaphysics?
So it could be a somewhat broad field in philosophy, but it would have something to do with what is the reality that we could say is present before us, and what are the different levels or tiers or possibilities of that reality that we can discuss, that either like refer to physical things, or maybe they don't refer to physical things, but they're like concepts. How do different types of concepts like fit into our mental map of the world if they're not simply like a physical object that we can see, but something more abstract or something different? whether we could say that that concept really exists or not, or like what does it mean for that concept to exist. I mean, we can even say, okay, metaphysics is maybe the question of, do concepts exist? Because for a physicalist, and for like the atheists and Sam Harris and people like that, in a way, concepts don't really exist, and like the mental realm doesn't really exist. There's just the physical laws, and there's these like illusions that our brain is spitting out, but they don't necessarily like correspond to the reality, and there's no way to describe that they really exist or are real. Therefore, they're excluded from like the realm of science. They're excluded from understanding, and we can't talk about it essentially. So
I think that's an important topic in the modern day.
it could be a bit more generic than that. Like I would say even just higher level concrete abstractions. Like an example I was using earlier is like if you are using like an app on your phone, what kind of what is an app, right? Like what could we say is an app even, because it's kind of a generalized idea that combines a whole lot of other possibilities of like organization and connection of other things. It depends on a very complex physical system to kind of actualize it, right? So, I mean, if I ask you to like take your phone and point at an app, like could you point at an app?
I would just point at my home screen. Like the
You're just
whole
pointing at your home
phone is
screen,
an
but I
app.
could say that like, well, you're actually just pointing at like the physical electrons of the circuits and the logic gates in that computer. So like
True.
where is that app, right? Like and then like our ability to talk about what that is and the existence of it is sort of what metaphysics tries to get at. So it's obviously, I mean, to me, it seems like an obvious thing that's important, but our society has basically kind of said that like, okay, well, we don't really care about metaphysics, and this is related to the mind-body dualism in a way, because as a society, I think we've ended up very biological reductionist and determinist in a way that cancels out the level of mental concepts, because we essentially have so much chaos and problems in the world that the only way we can come down to an agreement seemingly is by reducing things down to like the objective reality, which means only that only the body part of the mind body dualism matters, and we shouldn't talk about the significance of the metaphysical mind concepts because they can't be said to be objective in the way that objective reality is. So we should focus on the objective reality. That's a lot of how our society has turned out, and it's a big problem. People who partake in spirituality and religion are compensating for something along these lines that they're missing in life, but those are like more like traditional solutions that are still have their own problems and are incomplete and won't be accepted by others in our modern secular world as well. So all of this stuff relates to the problem of metaphysics and thought, and I wrote like Reason and Limits. So part of what Kant tried to do was to set the limits of, or explain the limits of what we can think about. And he pointed out that when we apply thoughts to things that can never be experienced by the senses, that is not a legitimate thing we can talk about in the same way that we could talk about things which are possible to experience, but maybe we haven't yet. So those are two different things, right? The critique of metaphysics from him has to do with distinguishing between hypotheticals which could be tested in reality and hypotheticals which are imaginary regulative concepts that can never be verified, right? So that's important because it's kind of like determining what we could say is real and what are the conditions for being able to say it's real. So it's not obviously it's easy enough to point out that if I have something in real life like this vape, that this is like a real thing that I'm holding. But how uh, we talk about things that only potentially exist, but I don't have in my hands, like some other hypothetical device which clears all of the accumulated like oils in my lungs from all the vaping.
Yeah.
How would we describe such a thing if it was possible for it to exist or not? Like, could we even talk about it? If it's not physically possible, then that is like a different class of concept than something that we know for sure we could create with technology, but just haven't yet.
Can
Like those are
I
kind of different
can I
things.
just tangent for a second? But for some reason, this is screaming in my head that like you talking about this is making me think of the Apache attack helicopter joke. And how part of the humor in that is the like impossibility of becoming the Apache attack helicopter versus like the potentiality of actually becoming like a trans person, right? But like a gender transition, a sexuality transition is a possible thing. Whereas like this whole like meme of like, oh well, I'm just gonna become an Apache attack helicopter is like that like other category that you're mentioning. I don't know why my brain is pulling
Well,
that, but
no, that's fair. That's fair. But here's the thing: can you actually become a woman? Is that even a thing that you can become?
what even is a woman? You can become trans. All I said was trans. I didn't say woman.
Yeah, but I mean, it's implied that if you're going to be transitioning
No,
as
you
a
could.
mab, you're going to be something. No, I mean, okay,
I
maybe not. But what I'm trying to point out is our definition of like you can become a woman or not has the same structure in the sense of like, can we like physically, whatever, always for all time empirically verify that you're a woman or not, or is that a concept that's not, uh, testable or way like it's a valid legitimate concept that we can talk about in a way that's different than imaginary concepts, like where to fit that, right? I mean, most people and conservatives and biological reductionists would basically say, well, we already have a definition, it's just you're producing the large gamete or
yeah.
whatever, so therefore you're not a woman. Actually, I wrote a pretty good, I think, argument against this on Twitter, that it has to do with like, okay, this whole idea of defining sex by what types of gametes you produce is obviously a big contradictory thing that's also metaphysical, because it assumes a temporal possibility of something that could happen assuming conditions are met, but not necessarily being a fact. Right? So if I say, okay, a man is somebody who produces large gametes and you don't, or sorry, I mean small gametes and you don't, um, I can't say that a trans woman is a man by that definition because she doesn't. The only way I could say that is like if I assume that correct development, and then we get into a problem of like what is correct, right? But if I assume a certain tract of development based on certain chromosomes and environment, under those circumstances, you would be a man. Like that's a temporal possibility of something. That's not the same as a fact of it being the case right now. And those are not the same thing, actually. When people reduce those to being the same thing, they are flattening down or getting rid of this temporal dimension that's inherent in the question that, in the end, to me, in my analysis, reduces the range of possibilities in the future and constrains free will, essentially. But I'll I'll develop the argument. Let me get there. So reason and limits. Okay, so Kant critiquing metaphysics, hypotheticals which can be tested versus hypotheticals that can't be tested. These are two different types of concepts, and the other tier of concepts would be like real things that we can say that already have. But that's also another thing, is that like if I have the thing, I don't necessarily need the concept at that point anymore, because the concept has been replaced by by the real thing in some sense. But okay, so Kant was writing this critique of metaphysics. He was pointing out specifically if reason is applied to cosmological ideas that can never be experienced, that's where we run into difficulties, um, because we can't experience, for example, we can't experience the start of the universe. So what that implies is that defining what the start of the universe is, or even saying if it is that for sure or not, is not possible for the human mind, We can only really go as far as saying, with the help of science, that something like the Big Bang happened, but we don't have an explanation for like why the Big Bang started, or like, if there was anything before that, or whatever. Like, it's a cosmological idea that can't be experienced and is therefore not a testable hypothesis. It's a regulative idea
Yeah.
of how reality turned out. Same thing about like the end of the universe. Like, can we speak about the end of the universe? Not really. We can hypothesize about it as a regulative potential, but we can't treat it as, oh, if we just advance a bit in the future, this will be a testable hypothesis. Hypothesis will for sure confirm. At least if we follow Kant's logic. So same about questions of God. Like, can we say God exists or not? Human thought is not structured to receive sense data that confirms the existence of God or not. Therefore, it remains agnostic. It is a regulative idea, not a testable hypothesis, and not a thing that has already been proven through a testable hypothesis. So there's these classes of ideas, and we need to be mindful about not treating the regulative ideas as the class of ideas that is testable, verifiable for sure. And that's kind of where like some of the problems of metaphysics comes from, is
Can you
like
say
saying,
that in like normal English? You're using a lot of big words, and we just dropped 10
sorry,
people, which makes me think people are not understanding what you're saying.
sure. I mean, at a basic level, it just means that there's things that we can't, that we will never be able to confirm. How do we exclude the stuff from being discussed that we know for sure we'll never be able to confirm, and only talk about stuff that we might be able to confirm?
Yeah.
And we need to kind of structure our reason and discourse to limit it to the stuff that is like going to matter and that we can confirm, or at least recognize that the stuff that we can't confirm is only useful to, again, as a regulative idea, not as a testable hypothesis. So that's kind of what this critique is related to. So there's real like concepts, and there's imaginary concepts, and then there's like real things that the concepts apply to. Uh, and these are like classes of concepts that we shouldn't mix up in our mental map of the world, because that's going to create problems for us. That's going to lead us to pursue things that seem rational but are actually like irrational when you look at them holistically. And that's a lot of what our society has kind of done. So what else do I have? Okay, this next section, I would lose even more people if I get into it. The math axioms. Just the summary there would be that all of the systems of logic and math that we've come up with up to now always depend on having a certain axiom or like a condition or limit to define what they are. Without that axiom, you can't explain all of the truths of arithmetic, which just means like the way you can combine and multiply and divide numbers and stuff. There's certain truths that we know about arithmetic that can only be like proven or kind of shown to be correct within a certain system if you apply axiom that limits the amount of stuff that you can use that system for. You can't break the axiom while you're using that system, because then the rest of it wouldn't make sense. And part of the thing there is that there's been these like research in philosophy of mathematics and developments in the field, which people have attempted to create a unified theory of math that can account for like all logic and all arithmetic. And it was kind of like proven that that's not really possible. And this, for example, had to do with the logical empiricists and the Vienna Circle, if you know about those guys, like early 20th century, like 20s, 30s, from Austria and Germany, that try to create a way to talk about reality, like empirical reality, but combining it with the rules of logic and arithmetic to create like a unified system of how all of reality is structured.
Yeah.
How we could take all of reality and translate it into a world of concepts in our mind, and then logically structure everything so that everything in the world fits into this like regulative idea. And it was kind of proving that that is impossible. It can't do it because uh, reason itself runs into limits if it doesn't limit itself with an axiom. And the purpose of the axiom is to say what reason is not allowed to do in order for everything to continue making sense. And this is the fundamental structure of how we use our thinking, how we use our math, how we use language, how we use what Kant would call like the categories.
Mm-hmm.
It has to have a limit in a certain way. And if you don't have a limit, then you end up doing what he called metaphysics, which is you're applying regulative idea to things that are treating a regulative idea as a real thing when it's not. And yeah, like the same thing basically happens in math. It happens in language. Okay, here's where we get into more of a gender stuff. So maybe I'll lose less people. So Kopchak's critique of Butler and gender theory stems from this kind of line of thinking. And what it tries to say is, if you look at how linguistics also developed as a field, and trying to understand like the semantic meaning of different terminology, like you ever hear about the concept that all meanings are it's called like they're differential. Like whenever you say a word, that word alone isn't enough for me to like if I ask you to explain what the word is, you can only explain what something is, but by explaining what it isn't, or like by contrasting it to something that it isn't, right? And all of meaning turns out to be this way. Like if I start asking you a question about something, then you say, okay, it's so and so. Then I can ask, okay, well, what does so and so mean, or like what does that term mean? And then you expand that term into a few other terms, and I can say, well, what does this term mean? Like whatever is the load bearing term in that sentence, I could always question that portion of it and break it down into more things. And at some point, a reasonable person will kind of say, okay, well, you're just getting pedantic at this point. Like this doesn't, we've lost the plot. This doesn't matter, right?
Yeah.
But how do you know where to draw that limit of like, okay, it stops mattering here, or no, we should keep questioning and taking it further and further down the line. So there's this like, they call it like a contradiction in language, or the rule of language. So there's a chain of signifiers. The signifiers are the words or the meanings, the terms that come in the sentence. And how do you like stabilize that meaning in a way? So the basic structuralist solution to this has just been to say that basically stop language from evolving, make language prescriptive, and define terms by their oppositional binary in a way that like, okay, the first term is defined by its opposite, but then this opposite can be defined by the first term. In that way, they kind of stabilize each other, and the meanings don't change over time. That's kind of what like language was. I don't want to say supposed to be, but that's kind of what linguists wanted it to be in a way. Because otherwise, like you have, again, the problem of linguistic drift, right? Where terminology like changes over time, and then at which point can we say like, okay, because people started using the words differently, these are now the new meanings? Or do we say like, okay, well, they've just been using it wrong. The actual meanings were prescribed here, and like we should stick with this. And this is like a big cultural fight, obviously, of like the definitions of these things. So what Kopchak was saying about Butler is that they were reacting to the structuralist like solution, which was very prescriptive. Like they saw that as it's like a feminist thing. Basically, they saw it as limiting what woman can be because she's defined in opposition to man, and like a man already has a bunch of the good features, so man by definition has like the opposite, which is a bunch of bad features. And then because the terms are like stabilizing or they're prescriptive, that ends up restricting women essentially, and like what a woman can be in a way. And that's like the problematic thing that they saw with linguistics, and why there was this big push to change the meaning of man and woman in language so that it can escape this prescribed two role thing that the structuralists had going on. So that's why it's post-structuralism or postmodernism. So it's the reaction or counter to what was previously like this stabilizing sexist system, you could say. So for Butler, the performativity and all this kinds of stuff basically tries to say, because this chain of signification is endless in a way, like, okay, I mean, we can define a woman, but then you're like, okay, well, what is a woman? Oh, it's like adult human female. Okay, well, what's female? Okay, oh, it's producing small gametes for the species. Okay, well, what's a gamete? Oh, it's like this type of cell that is doing the reproduction. Okay, well, what's reproduction? Okay, well, it's cycling the entities. Like, you can get into this kind of thing forever. And Butler was kind of trying to say, well, because it goes on forever, then we can never define what a woman is. So therefore, there is no meaning. Like, the meaning is endless, or it's deferred permanently, and we basically lose our ability to define what's meaningful in life or not. And at the most basic level, that's the problem that people see with postmodernism, is that it just says, like, no, it's not, to everything in a way, right? It's just continuously deferring the setting of meaning, and people are bothered by that because they kind of see that as just, I mean, it's bullshit. Like, again, a reasonable person would have that stopping point, and it's about finding where that stopping point is that would define, which side you take in politics, which side you take in gender, and which side you take in this structuralist versus post-structuralist argument. So Kopchak is pointing out how there's these like two potential solutions to language that are both failing somehow. So the first solution is too prescriptive and static, and the second solution is like too indeterminate and just kind of flowy and meaningless and so on. And yeah, her critique using sexuation like follows again like this line of argument and tries to explain how we ended up here with these like structures of thought, how that relates to the antinomies, and how that relates to
What's an antinomy? That's like the
where
opposite.
gender is today. So an antinomy is kind of a set of two propositions about something where either one of the propositions on their own is possible, but they can't both be true at the same time.
So like an antonym, basically.
Yes, sort of, but it has to do with like a proposition that is maybe referring to something in reality. So let me give you an example. So this is what Kant did, and this is how Kopchak connects Kant to sexuation and Lacan's theory of gender. So Kant wrote a series of antinomies in order to determine the limits of reason. One of them was, he called it like mathematical antinomy, and that had to do with the limits of time, or like space-time. So I don't remember the exact details, but it was something about like, okay, the first statement would be the universe has a beginning and an end. And the other one would be like the universe is infinite. And it was kind of pointing out that, okay, like we can accept maybe the first proposition and use that to see reality, even though we can't prove those things because it's outside the possibility of experience, or we agree with just the infinite, the universe is infinite statement, but we therefore can't say that there has a start or a beginning. So we can kind of accept either one of those perspectives, but we can't accept both perspectives. So like that's an example of an antinomy.
That makes sense. Thank you.
And for him, what he was trying to point out is like, okay, running into an antinomy is inevitable because you have only a certain limited ability to think about the world. You want to like understand more of it. You're drawn to the limits of thinking and what's possible, but you inevitably end up in these like poles of the antinomies because reason can't prove either one. You're kind of like stuck between these two hypotheticals, which could be true, or maybe you want them to be true, but like you can't necessarily prove it. And then he was trying to see like how do you get out of that predicament where, again, if you just recall what I said 2 seconds ago about language, right? So there's two maybe ways for the language to fail. It either becomes too static with stabilizing terms, or it becomes too flowy with no meaning in the end. Like those are two potential ways you can go about it, but they can't go together, and they they create a problem for thought, and this problem needs to be resolved through some sort of way of thinking through the antinomy. And in the case of the mathematical one with space-time, what he said was essentially, okay, we can't determine for sure that the universe has a start and end. We can determine for sure that it's infinite, but we can say is that it's indeterminate, or the limit of the universe is indeterminate, which all it means is that we're not allowed to say that it's infinite because we don't know. All we can say is that to us, from our perspective, it doesn't seem to have a limit, or it doesn't seem like it'll have an end. But we can't say, but we're agnostic about the end. That's all it is. That's all it means essentially. And the other antinomy, which I think is like more important, that is the problematic one for our society, has to do with free will and causality. And Kopchak relates this to like the male perspective, or like the more, you can think of it as male-brained. And actually, I think the terms male-brained and femme-brained are a much better representation of like what psychoanalysis, or what gender is for psychoanalysis. It's trying to explain like how is it possible for there to be a male brain and female brain, and ground that in like an analytical theory that we can actually use and discuss and say like, no, there really is a masculine brain and a femme brain, and here's the logic behind it. It's not just arbitrary. So what she would consider male-brained is the dynamical antinomy, which states the two propositions there is like, okay, everything happens according to the laws of physics or the laws of nature or whatever, and there is no freedom. Or the second possibility is like, not everything that exists is due to the causal laws of physics. There has to be a causality of freedom involved in order to be able to explain the world. So those are like two perspectives, and they somehow, you can accept either one of them by themselves, but accepting both together seems impossible. And he was saying like, okay, when a person runs into this kind of problem in thinking and reason, and this inevitably happens to all of us growing up in a way, because we kind of think about, okay, we've learned some stuff from school, we've learned some stuff from other places, then we try to determine what to make of it all. And with the free will question, what Kant tried to resolve the antinomy as, he was saying, okay, there is no freedom that we could find in the physical world. We can't do a scientific experiment and point like, okay, here's the freedom, right? Or like, here's the object of freedom. But that doesn't necessarily mean that freedom doesn't have some sort of relation to the world. He was trying to point out that if we consider the absence of freedom from the physical world to be like a condition for its existence, then we can affirm both sides of the antinomy. And we essentially do that by saying that there's a causality of freedom.
Can you explain that?
So causality of freedom implies that your freedom, your free will, is also determined. So it's not actually free, but it's not subject to the laws of physics. Okay, so essentially it's trying to say that how do we resolve the question of free will? We resolve it by saying, okay, in the physical world that we see, everything that happens only happens according to the laws of physics. But in the human mind, there's also a determinism happening, but that determinism does not stem from the same physical laws. That determinism stems from God. Or from a sense of duty or of something that he tried to develop with his like transcendental philosophy. But essentially, there's a principle. There's something that makes it so that there is no free will. There's a like a determined free will, but then, or sorry, like a determined freedom or a determined will that is not subject to the same physical laws of nature. And when we look at the physical laws of nature, all there is just those laws. We can't see the causality of freedom that only happens at the level of the mind. Like in this way, he tried to maintain a scientific perspective on the world while also saying that there's something important about freedom. I mean, the reason this sort of makes sense is because, okay, causality of freedom for him being either God or duty implies that like you don't really, again, you don't choose what you want. You only choose whether you kind of, agree or like are continue to do that or reject doing it. So there's a certain thing that compels you to do stuff. So at the level of like mentality and you're unconscious, there is no free will. It's just compelling you to do things. But this compulsion does not refer to the physical world. It refers to something else that's more abstract, like God or duty or philosophy or maybe sex or something, gender. Your regulative concept that determines how you have to be, how you feel you have to live. Does that make sense?
Kind of. Somebody in chat asked, would you say it's like a free will within a non-free boundary? Is that like a simple way of explaining it?
Yeah, it's a constrained will. It's a will that's subject to causality, but it's not the same causality as physical determinism. It's a different causality.
Hmm.
Because if you didn't have a causality of freedom, I mean, that would imply that you have like a radical kind of freedom to just decide what reality is in a way, like, or decide what the organization of reality is like in your mind. And you can't really do that. You can't like easily do that. At least it's not straightforward of how you might do that.
I feel like it's increasingly accessible to do that with like technologicalization, but that's a different conversation, I'm sure.
Yeah. Make sure I can see the questions too. Okay, I have some of the other topics to get through. It's already been so long. I don't know.
We could pick it up a different time if you like, or we can just power through it and knock it out. It's up to you.
Let me get to some of the more interesting relevant stuff, and then I can maybe yeah leave more for next time. So
We can have a part two later this week if
okay,
you're free.
so why sexuation? Lacan had a theory of again within the context of psychoanalysis how to fit what men and women are in sexuality in particular without reducing it to biology, without reducing it to just whatever ancient like cultural memes about it. Um, like what does sexuality and the sex roles mean in the modern world, and whether we could come up with uh, kind of a more analytical description of those positions. So he would talk about like a position of enunciation in discourse, essentially implying like when you speak as a subject, when you go online and you talk to people, they're gonna perceive you as like one of these types of subjects that will determine like what your place is in their mental map of the world, right? And I mean, it's kind of like yeah, they apply gender to you in a way that might not be quite accurate, but this is like something that has a certain reason or logic to it within how we think about the two roles that again can't be reduced purely to biology. And you can think of sexual difference also as referring to like what happens in the topic of sexuality. Um, in terms of like, okay, what's the relation between like feminine gay like bottoms and like trans women and like cis women or something like that in terms of like how they perform or act in sexuality, like as a role. Like, is there something unifying there? And how could we describe it in like an analytical way? How could we describe also the sense of belonging to some sort of identity, like man and woman? And yeah, so Kopchak relates this to the antinomies by Kant, which have a similar homologous structure actually to the formulas of sexuation by Lacan. And let me just try to briefly describe those, and then you can see if it makes sense to you. Okay, part of the whole meme here is that the categories of understanding, like the way that Kant described how we categorize the world, only ever had one type of active subject that's possible, or like one type of agent. If you look at linguistics and grammatical constructors of sentences, right, there's the concept of like an agent of a sentence and like an object. So in a noun construction, you would have like agent, verb, noun of some sorts, like Tim ate the apple or something. Like there's a verb that creates a relation between an agent and an object. That's something that's being done. So that's associated with like agency and being a man. For like the other side, there's this grammatical construction called unaccusative verbs. Have you ever heard of that? An unaccusative verb just means that it's an action that happens to you, or that is
The passive
it's like
tense.
acted on you. It's the passive tense. Yes. So like appear is technically like an unaccusative verb. So you could, if you say like the woman appears, that is like she is the thematic subject of that sentence, but she's not the agent because she's not performing the action. There's like a state transformation that is happening to her within this grammatical construction. And I mean, actually, if you, and I was learning a lot about this linguistic stuff recently. If you trace the history of like grammatical gender, that's actually what it ultimately leads to, is like the animacy distinction, which is essentially saying like what's an agent and what's a patient, or subject who is like something that's being done to them or happening to them, or whatever. It's the two ways to describe a type of subject. And yes, so this connects to like the formulas of sexuation and everything. Okay, the woman does not exist as an agent in grammatical constructions. She only exists as a thematic patient, and only the man exists as an agent within these kinds of constructions. And part of what that implies is that like the woman subject in discourse is indeterminate, or not doesn't exist in the same kind of like concrete set way that a man does. And as I'm developing this, you might see the similarities to what we said earlier about the rules of language. So okay, the formulas of sexuation for Lacan. The man is defined in this kind of way. All men are subject to universal law of some sorts, or like to like the rule of like how to be a guy, or something between them that they all kind of agree, like, okay, this is like what defines our manliness, and like as long as we are all subject to this like universal reason or system or law or something, then we're all like part of the same group together in some sense. But there's at least one subject who is not bound by that universal law. That's how the sense of gender and way of thinking is constructed on the male side. And simplest examples of this that's culturally relevant is like a figure like Trump, let's say, where okay, like he draws a certain appeal to masculinity because he follows the structure where the whole of society and law is supposed to be universally apply to everybody, and then he positions himself as a kind of exception, and that exception ends up being like what defines the rule for everybody else in a way. uh, and this kind of like structure of relating to identity is what is sensed as being masculine in a whole bunch of different domains. So let me give you some cultural media examples, the ones that I used in my essay. So somebody like Batman. Wait one sec.
Most of the superheroes, right? Like Superman, Batman, like these ideas of like positive masculinity, or
Sort of.
not
Well, it's not. It's not.
necessarily.
It's not necessarily positive. Is the thing.
Or like the Joker, that's like a masculine example, right? Until he got emasculated in that most recent one, but I actually haven't seen any of them, so I actually don't know if I'm just culture warring it up or not. But
Okay, so some examples used. Okay, masculinity examples in media, where okay, it's the structure it follows is that again there is a society. Everybody, all the men are subject to something, some kind of principle or condition within that, and there's one who is an exception that everybody else defines themselves in relation to. So with Batman, it's like he wants to be a superhero and save Gotham, right? Which is like, okay, there's supposed to be some sort of law and order there, but the criminals are also like breaking it, and they're all kind of like, I mean, all of those figures in the movie are like manly to some extent, but okay, what would define Batman as manly in this context is that he's not able to save Gotham while he's Bruce. He actually has to step outside of the society, make himself an exception to the law in order to enforce the law and like make it so that Gotham is saved, or like the criminals or whatever are kind of spooked by him. So he can only be this manly figure when he's an exception outside of society. When he's included in it as one of the citizens, even as a billionaire who's powerful, he can't really take on that kind of like masculine persona that's represented in the movie. Some of the other examples I used were okay, like Reacher.
I love Reacher, yeah.
Yeah, same structure. I mean, he's super manly, right? Would you agree that he's very masculine?
Mm-hmm.
So he is kind of helping to control the universal law subject to everyone really live in society. He's always like wandering around, or like doesn't have a place to stay, and he's like this masculine figure that is somehow above and beyond the universality of the law. So that creates this kind of like masculine structure of subjectivity. Somebody like James Bond, again, like a spy outside of society. He's a womanizer. He can't like lose in any of his movies. Always saves the
Can,
day.
can we go to an example like the Joker, who also lives outside of society? Like all of your people are the heroes of their stories, right? Is that the only example that you kind of have for these ideas of
Would you?
masculine
Oh, okay,
caricatures?
Joker is an interesting one because wouldn't you agree that he's very feminine?
I don't know.
I mean,
I haven't seen
the
any of
whole
the
scene.
movies, so
Oh, what the fuck? Why are you asking then?
well,
No,
because
hold on.
I was just making a bit. You're talking about Batman. I'm talking about the Joker. Like, why not?
Okay. I mean, the movies with Joaquin Phoenix, I think, are a bit weirder because he ends up like starting a revolution, sort of, and I think that's actually shows some more like feminine type subjectivities. But in the Dark Knight series, I mean, the Heath Ledger Joker is like, remember that there's the scene where he blows up the hospital after visiting Two Face, and he's wearing a maid outfit, like walking away. Like he blurs the lines between masculine and feminine, and he is like a chaotic agent that breaks all of society. But he's not necessarily like masculine in that same way.
Is he like the trans woman parallel? Because he's outside of
Could be.
society, but he's not like embracing his ultimate role of the pure masculine like
It could be
constructor.
that's maybe one way to look at it. But let's go through a few more just basic masculine examples. I have House, like the doctor. show. So again, like, why does he seem masculine in that context? Because he is basically above the standards of healthcare and like decency and stuff that everybody else is supposed to follow. So all subjects in that show, and all the men, I mean women too, but like all subjects are bound to some sort of law, and then he's manly because he is kind of an exception or above it somehow, but he at the same time helps to standardize and like save people. The other example I use is like Dexter, like the whatever uh,
Yeah.
serial killer guy, but he's only supposed to like target like bad people. So he again like seems manly because everybody else is supposed to be subject to universal law. He's not. He's the exception, but um, everybody else is kind of, like the world is like saved in a way because he's like killing the bad people.
What about Joe
Uh,
from You?
I don't know
Joe
that show.
Goldberg. You don't know that one? Well, he kills women too. He doesn't have as strict of a moral code as Dexter does, right? But like he's kind of just like a
Well, would he?
stalker. But
So would you say that he seems manly?
sometimes, but sometimes
Sometimes.
not.
So things that break apart that exception universal structure will start to make people seem like they're not manly. So let me just read maybe the example I used with like Trump and stuff, because I think it's even maybe more clear.
Well, I'm trying to find the like counter example, right? Like what are the non like main
No, I mean, look,
character
like
examples?
you can find counter examples. What I'm trying to describe here is like a general structure of how this kind of thing works. So we can go over like the more special cases later, but at a basic level, masculinity works in this way where there's something that's universal and then somebody who's an exception, and everybody else defines themselves to that exception. Let me give you one more example. Do you know in the movie? I watched this the other day, and I really love it. I've watched it a bunch of times. No Country for Old Men.
I have not seen that.
I mean, you've probably seen the killer guy, Anton Chigurh. Pull it up on your computer or something.
How do I spell it?
No Country for Old Men. Like,
No, the other one. You said like
I mean, just look up the name of the movie. You'll see him because he's like the other the antagonist.
which one is it? There's like the guy with the bowl cut. There's like the kind of attractive looking
Bolka
guy.
guy. Bolka guy. So Bolka guy is, I mean, this is a figure from like a Carmack or whatever, like a novel, and it's basically this like abstract force of death. Like he's kind of like a person who operates completely on his own vague principle, and he just kind of like kills people and doesn't give a fuck about anything. And he's also like indestructible, basically, and he is like the manly figure in the movie because everybody else is subject to universal law. Even like the protagonist, Llewellyn, he finds like a suitcase full of money that he found from some like a failed drug deal in the desert, and the whole movie is like him trying to get away with this money, but it's essentially implied that the universal law there would be their chasing of money and like still following some sort of like bounds of society, whereas Anton Chigurh doesn't give a shit about the money. He is completely beyond any other principle that is universally applied to everybody else. So he's the exception to the universal. And all of the figures in the movie, the whole time, are operating because of something that he did in response to him, in anticipation of him, or otherwise. The structure of masculinity. There's a universal law subject to everybody. There's an exceptional figure. Everybody relates themselves. Everybody performs in relation to this exceptional figure. That's the basic way that works. Other example I've used before was like the way the usage of steroids has been spread through like sports and other, and just became like a common thing for like gym bros nowadays, and spread for the rest of society. Like all it takes is having that exceptional figure for everybody else to start being related to it in a way. So, for example, you know how in competitive sports, let's say in the NBA, they're not supposed to be using performance enhancing drugs, but everybody knows like LeBron James gets away with using some sort of steroids,
Yeah.
right? And it's like, I mean, it sort of became like a known thing a while ago, or even if it's not like a known thing, it's like a known assumption that basically is accepted. And the structure there would be like, again, like everybody is subject to some sort of universal law. They're not supposed to be doing the performance enhancing drugs, but the exceptional figure can get away with it.
In a lot of
And
ways, sorry,
the
go ahead.
exceptional figure sets the limit above which the function couldn't work anymore. Like if somebody took it even further than him, it wouldn't work. But once he's able to do it, everybody else can define themselves in relation to it and kind of say, well, okay, if he gets away with it, why can't we?
Yeah.
He gets away with it because he's the exception. They might not, but their like desire and ability to think of what's possible is defined in relation to the exception.
Yeah. In a lot of ways, does this kind of mean that like trans women could be the most masculine kind of man by like being the exception to that rule?
Maybe, but it depends if you want to be considered manly.
Well, even
Would
if
it?
you don't want to be considered manly, it's about what society considers you, right? So like you are defining
That's
yourself as the exception.
that's something that I've talked about also. Is that I think in some ways the exceptional figure of the trans woman is a kind of manly limit that society has to actually bend in order to sustain itself, in order to sustain the universal law of men. And in some sense, you could say, like, I even tried to make the argument that part of the reason Trump got elected. So the unity of thought surrounding Trump was contingent on the exclusion of trans women. Like, how come that became the unifying principle of all of these different groups on the right who otherwise wouldn't necessarily be aligned, right? You have like religious trad like hardliners, you have like more libertarian people, you have more like whatever moderate Republicans who are just concerned about women's safety and stuff. But how can all of them come and agree on opposing the other side and voting for their side? So the unity of thought, the universal principle that the right wing at the time was able to define themselves by, is using the exception, which is the figure of the trans woman. Once the figure of the trans woman, like as long as she exists, the unity of thought among them can exist. Once they cancel her, so Trump gets in, they say ban the trannies,
There's only
whatever.
two genders legally.
Okay, now we take the exceptional figure out. The unity of thought amongst that side collapses. They suddenly the differences between them come into the fore, whereas
Mm.
previously there was a universal defined to an exception. Get rid of the exception, the universal disappears, and it breaks into a plurality of sides, kind of. That's essentially how this kind of like structure of subjectivity works, and this is associated with masculinity and manliness. Unconsciously, we perceive subjects who follow this kind of order to be more manly. We perceive guys who are exceptional or go above and beyond the limit that applies to everybody else. We consider that to be like more manly in a way. And this happens in media and like novels and philosophy and other like cultural enterprises, and I mean sexuality as well in a sense. So that's kind of like the male side of the formula. Okay, so now let me talk about the female side.
Okay.
So whereas the male side is defined by something that could be described as a universal plus a limit, or a totality plus an exception. On the other side, you have a plurality, but no total or no universal, also known as no meta language. And this relates to the impossibility of forming a whole. So women's gender, essentially, and this is something that I'm sure you unconsciously know. I'm gonna say it right now. It's gonna be obvious to everybody, but it's not something that's like we that plainly discuss. Male side of sexuation has this universal limit structure, which means that men have a singular gender ideal. Everybody in society knows that the best thing for a man to be is strong, smart, fast, powerful, domineering. Um, you know, every like human trait that we can pick out, there's like if there could be said that there's a pole to that trait, like a good and a bad. We could say that like the ideal most masculine man, all of these vectors of signification will point in the same direction. So all of these like properties, you could say like he should have the most of them. Like he should be the smartest and the strongest and the most capable and the most, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's because the male side has this structure and it's capable of producing a singular ideal. On the women's side, it's impossible to form a whole, so you can't have a singular ideal. And because of this, women's gender ideals are fractured between like types of ideal woman that you might be, where there can never be a universal agreement or consensus or definition of what that ideal gender would be. And the most basic division is just like between the trad wife and the career woman, right? So you could go and ask like 100% of society, like what's it better? What is better for a woman to be, like of those two? And you'll find that there's a very big split, right? It's like, I mean, people might say it's a false economy, but even if you break it down into like, okay, let's say everybody is a housewife, all the women are housewives. Like, are they um, are they the kind of housewife where they're cynically aware of their like oppression under the system and they're just kind of like taking advantage of the guy in their relationship by extracting resources from him but not putting out and just like whatever, selfishly like abusing the sexual contract? Like, is it that kind of housewife, or is it genuinely like a submissive, meek, just like completely beholden to what the housewife role is supposed to be, and very like selfless and just giving, and is not like taking advantage of this contract for herself? What is it better for a woman to be? Like, could you tell me, or could society decide what is it better for a woman to be?
Um, I think society can have opinions, but I think people would disagree probably.
Yeah. So this is also reflected in stuff like the Madonna horror complex, if you've heard of it. So like men have the one women, like hetero men, have a certain difference between like the woman that they love and the woman that they sexually desire, right? Because the the woman of sacred love is like the Virgin Mary, or like the whatever, like the princess, or the figure who's like pure and represents this like familialism and just like whatever, separation from the problems of like the public sphere in life. She's kind of this like idyllic figure, but when men go and seek out women, they just run into a bunch of like whores and sluts who are riding the cock carousel, and they're not they're like falling into the whore category. And even if that's sexually appealing to them, it's incompatible with the ideal of like the pure mother figure or whatever. So there's this like problem with how they're chasing women that used to be called like the Madonna horror complex. I don't know if people refer to it that way anymore. But again, it's referring to this fact that on the women's side, the ideal is always somehow fractured or split, and you get usually it's not even just two things. It'll break down, and you'll have like alternative types, right? So like a normie woman and like an alt woman, right? It's like not really clear what a woman growing up should be. Like she could try to be normie, but she could try to go in like this other kind of type. So and it's like much more subjective essentially. Like it's not clear that everybody should follow the same thing. Whereas on the men's side, like sure you could say, oh well, we're kind of woke and progressive nowadays, so boys can be feminine, but in our unconscious thought, everybody knows that a man is supposed to be one way. Like there's this kind of pressure for the gender ideal to be one way, and that's because there's an unconscious ontological structure of thought behind it that is not simply a reflection of like biology and culture or something, as other gender theorists like presume it to be. Like this is a much more deeper existential thing that has to do with logic. This is actually why the gender ideal of men hasn't changed, right? And you and I also know this. Like, yeah, we've had tons of feminism throughout, late like 19th, 20th century. The standards for women have changed a whole lot, and women are kind of allowed to be what they, more or less like what they want. Obviously, I'm not plenty of oppression there, but it's kind of presumed that a woman who wants to become a man makes sense, right? Or it's like, okay, yeah, the women are disempowered, so if she becomes a man, she wants to be empowered, and it's like a kind of more straightforward thing. Whereas we can't conceive of a man wanting to become a woman. That's like a big problem for the structures of unconscious thought, and it relates back to this structure of sexuation. So on the women's side, no totality, no meta language, but a formalization that can account for everything. It's like every type of woman can find some sort of way of being that is like valid for her, but can't be said to be valid for everybody together.
Yeah. I guess one thing somebody mentioned that I guess I want to get your take on it is how for men or for males there is also like a father archetype and then a more like anarchic male archetype, kind of like Fight Club versus like let me think of like a optimal father figure. Um I don't know. I was gonna say a priest earlier, not for the father figure thing, but as like an alternative role that's like high status and for males.
So the psychoanalysts call this like the father function,
Mm-hmm.
which doesn't strictly have to refer to like a biological father within the family, although that's the normal context that it's applied in, where a child growing up is supposed to have this relationship to society that is represented by the father, to where they initially are unified with the mother, or they're literally part of her body, and then they're sucking her teat and dependent on her, and they're kind of okay. Like the child and the mom are together. The child like wants to refer the mother, wants to fuck the mother. The role of the man or the father in that context is to uh, create that separation essentially between like the child and the mom, and to point out to the child that actually there's this like external world that we're referring to, that your existence doesn't simply refer to the mother figure, it refers to like society more broadly. um so there's like this stage of separation, and you could also say that that's a bit similar to how like teenagers growing up have a sense of, when they're kids, maybe they're very like obedient and listening to society. When they get to be like puberty age, they become rebellious, so they create like a separation between themselves and society. And then there's supposed to be like a third step where they integrate themselves as that like father figure, or they reestablish themselves, reinscribe themselves in the society, and they become like the limiting figure in some sense. Or if they go on to make the next generation, then they would be the ones who are creating that separation for the child, and eventually leading them to reintegrate into the society in like the like upper role, or whatever you want to call it. Um, so that's kind of what like the patriarchy and fatherhood and stuff were supposed to work like. Even if you don't have a father, like these functions can still happen through other figures in your life, like teachers and coaches, or stuff that you see in media, or like other ways of learning about your relation to society and the world. But without the specific family structure that does that, the process of sexuation, which is how you end up on the line of man or woman, that process has been destabilized, and it kind of forces all subjects down one of these two paths, depending on how they end up relating to the exceptional figure and the universal law of society. Um, and just to go on a bit more about Actually, I'm not sure. I guess if that answered any of your question, you were specifically talking about
You
like
didn't
a good
answer the
father
other
versus.
part of the like question, which was just that like somebody in chat pointed out that there's two of these like male archetypes, the like family rearing male and then also the like
So the
alpha
family
male
rearing male is the universe.
independently.
Yeah, the family rearing male is like the castrated one that represents the universal law, and the alpha one would be like the exception that it tries to define itself by, like something like that. Um, that doesn't mean that, like, okay, being the castrated father figure that's like a family man, it's not like that's not what they want to do. It's more just that they stay in that position because they define themselves in some way related to that exception. It could be in opposition to that exception. Like, it doesn't mean that always they become it. It's more like they know what not to become, maybe, or they know like what is the limit of them as a father. Like, if I go outside of this limit and become like that, then I stop being a family man, or I stop being subject to the universal law. So the existence of the exception helps locate where they exist in a universal, and actually helps keep them in that universal. So, I mean, we could say that previously this would also be the function of like God in the pre-modern age in a way, because yeah, like everybody is bound up in being a human, but God is the exceptional figure, and because we're defining ourselves in relation to God, that gives us our position in the universality, which for men would be like the father figure in all of the families. The actual like, yeah, alpha whatever, like Andrew Tate's type figures, that's a phenomenon that happens after the breakdown of the collapse of this like father function. Once that sexuation becomes destabilized, male subjects who still experience this like male sexuation, the universal and the exception, they are going to start to gravitate towards, what becomes their new limit. So let's say we had traditional morality, it depended on God, so they could be a family man as long as they also believed in God. Once you get rid of the God, it's not clear what that exception is. So the universal family man figure is like disappears, and now they need to find a different exceptional figure to define themselves by. And people like Andrew Tate are facilitating that function because for him, it's kind of like the universal is like woke moralism, right? So it's kind of saying like, okay, everybody is subject to some sort of like standard of decency in liberal society, and he breaks out of it because he's like, too alpha to be contained by the social function. And then other boys could use that as like an aspirational figure. Doesn't mean they literally become him, because he's like the exception or pinnacle of some sorts, but they would maybe gravitate towards that, and only and they're probably not going to be family men because he's not either, right? He has a bunch of baby mamas, but I don't think he spends any time with his kids, and probably these guys won't either. Like, they'll maybe try to get a wife and have kids, but not actually be the same kind of like family man figure that they would have been in like previous ages.
That makes sense. Somebody else asked, were you using Anton Chigurh as an example of the
Not as an
symbolic?
example of a symbolic father per se. Um, I was using it to point out the structure of exception and universal. Like, the symbolic father, in terms of the role in patriarchy, is not the exception. And in a patriarchal society, the god is what would be the exception, and the universal becomes being a family man.
What's
Okay, well,
what's next on the list?
I was gonna say just slightly more about the women's lack of ideal. So this is why women's communities always like fracture, and there is no. You've probably noticed this. Like, if you go to get advice about anything that's like women's appearance or beauty or something, it's very like the information is thrown about in like a million different places, and it seems like there's a lot of different like methods or opinions to it. It's kind of more inconsistency and lack of clarity about like everybody should be following this. It's a lot more subjective and kind of like, well, if you have this hair type, you do this. If you have this hair type, and so on. Um, on the male side, they don't experience that kind of thing. Like their information about how to be a man, like in all sorts of sources that you look at, will come down to the same set of conclusions of being some like red pilled alpha Chad, whatever, and they'll just have like different ways of deriving that position essentially. But they all coalesce around the structure of universal plus exception. Women do not coalesce around the structure. They uh, are able to find a place to formalize everything, but there's no meta language that could relate all of the different types to a singular kind of thing, or like systematize and create a whole for the entirety of women. And I was gonna say, like, if you think of what are like womanly type movies or like feminine movies or something, like one of the most famous ones that I can think of is like Mean Girls. That's a super girly movie, right? It's like the girls movie. Like if you were to pick something that's kind of like that, and I mean that whole movie is all about it. Is all about how women's communities are inherently fractured. The standard is divided. They have a valid way of being that are incompatible. So you can be like the Regina George, like hot Stacy girl, but you can't be like the weirdo like lesbian, even though they are both like successful in life in their own way, kind of. So, and then yeah, when they try to kind of fit it all together, like I forget what were the main girl's name is, just like the protagonist. But after she joins the school and joins like the mean girl clique, um, she was kind of like an outside ideal trying to assimilate to this like singular ideal of women, but it's not sustainable. Like they break apart because there is no meta language or unity on the women's side of sexuation.
Can it be overcome? Sexuation, or does it like originate for the need for there to be someone as a guide or like an anti-guide in a sense?
So this relates us back to our contradiction in language and our antinomies, right? Is that we can't extend the use of reason forever. In order for reason to make sense, it needs to have a limit. So escaping sexuation is not a desirable thing. Essentially, it would mean that you have a runaway process of reason that makes you further and further detached from reality, or detached from like sense perception, or detached from possible experience. You apply reason to cosmological ideas that can never be experienced and are therefore not testable hypotheses, but are merely regulative ideas. If you get rid of that structure and you're like, I overcome sexuation, you basically go insane, or you become some sort of well, actually, what happens? So I'll tell you, like, what happens when you don't resolve the antinomy, which is a way you could say not being not being bound to sexuation. It means that you're not defined by those structures. What would that look like? Well, I think that's essentially what's happening in our society, which is increasingly adopting biological determinist reductionist views. And that's because they keep applying reason without having a certain limit. That could be an arbitrary limit, but they refuse to even have that. And they essentially conceptualize of everything that's possible in a universe, all of the laws of physics and everything, and like determine the necessity of how everything should turn out in a way. And that makes it so that, okay, we only have physical definitions for stuff, and everybody is just driven by animal instincts. And in that way, we can use science to define how everything should turn out, and we can like predetermine the future in some way. Like we constrain the range of possibilities by the unlimited application of reason, just being like overly logical to everything in life. So in that way, we overcome sexuation, but the result is the unlimited application of reason eliminates free will from existence. And that's kind of what Kant was pointing out would happen if you don't resolve the antinomy. By getting rid of God, you get rid of the limit, and your antinomy then becomes unresolved, and you run away forever. So the example, equal sign is a phallus. Not exactly. Example I use in my book is the development of actually, analytical philosophy itself. If people in chat know who Gottlieb Frege was, it's one of the main figures of like logicism in the early 20th century, and he's developing this like philosophy of mathematics. He was trying to create a unified logic system that can contain all of the possible like empirical concepts in this like unified logical structure based on arithmetic and mathematics and so on. What's the other guy's name? Bernard Russell, right? Also famous analytical philosopher and mathematician. He kind of did a mathematical proof of this that is called the principle of unrestricted comprehension, which essentially means using your reason without a limit is equivalent to using mathematics without an axiom, right? So without having a self-imposed limitation on the logic system, you actually end up breaking how logic works if you keep extending it. So he was trying to show that, for example, for set theory, people in the past were only using like naive set theory, and they were running into the use of unrestricted comprehension, which was exploding logical categories. So in order to come up with like a proper set theory, they had to create these like axiom of choice and axiom of separation. That was the basis of what's it called, like Zermelo, Frank, whatever, set theory. So the whole point there was, when you try to create a unified system of thought, it has to have a limit. If it doesn't have a limit or an exception, then it won't work. And he basically proved this in a way that completely dismantled like Gottlieb Frege's analytical logic system, where he was trying to create this unified system of logic. Basically, Bertrand Russell proved why it's a contradiction that can't work. And I used that to explain how like Nazi Germany happened in a way. And this follows the Frankfurt School critique of Enlightenment science being like instrumental. Well, Gödel had the incompleteness theorem, which is related, but Russell's paradox were specifically the thing that disproved Frege's system. And it was like 1909 or something. So that was a bit earlier. That was a bit before Gödel. But Gödel's incompleteness theorem states the same thing about mathematical principles. A system can't prove itself to be consistent from within its own axioms. It has to step outside into a different system to prove its consistency. In order for a system to go from being inconsistent to being consistent, it requires an axiom or a self-limitation. So the Nazi Germany and like the use of instrumental reason, the example that I was trying to use is basically they had an unresolved antinomy because they switched to being like a fully secular kind of rational society. So they stopped incorporating God into like how the state and like society, politics should work.
Can you give a year roughly so I have an idea? Like you say Nazi Germany, but are we talking about literal Nazi Germany?
So
or like pre-Nazi?
Gottlieb Frege was a bit before. He was like 1910s. But so what I was saying is like his developments in philosophy and logic were coextensive with the world and the environment he was living in, including the society. So okay, what happened with Nazi Germany and male sexuation, in my opinion, with this theory, is if you remember the Kantian dynamical antinomy, so either everything happens according to the laws of physics and there's no freedom, or not everything can be explained by laws of physics. There needs to be a causality of freedom, aka there needs to be a God in order to maintain this proper position. So what happens when you get rid of the God? You have an unresolved antinomy. It leads to the use of unrestricted comprehension, or the unlimited extension of logic to everything in society. And if that structure now ignores the exception, what's going to happen is it's going to manifest as something that prevents the wholeness of the society. So they're like, okay, we can have a harmonious, rationally planned economy and make everybody whole and happy in the society. But because they ignored the requirements of limit or exception, which God previously served because they became secular, that limit and exception doesn't get removed in reality. It just appears as a problem for the wholeness of their ideology, in a sense. So do you see where I'm going with this? The figure of the Jew becomes the point of exception or limit to the wholeness of the society. So the society is represented by this universal reason or logic and rhyme to how things should be, but it can't totalize itself as long as this exception exists.
So the TLDR for Nazi Germany would be Germany got really masculine in terms of like the country's gender identity, and then they scapegoated the Jews by making them the like exception to like
Yes.
the universal masculine that everybody should
Yes.
be.
So
Which
then,
also includes like a universal German feminine, right? Because it's like the country itself is masculine, so like the
yeah,
women also
for
have a
them, they would be
universal.
including that, but it also implies that as part of their ideology, they would be inclined to represent the Jews as more feminine, which they did do, obviously.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's the kind of structure of situation that happens. Is like the use of reason has to be limited for its own sake. If it doesn't limit itself, it doesn't mean that it's gotten rid of the limit. It just means that the limit will reappear as a problem in thought that has to be eradicated. Even though if it's eradicated, it'll break the universality. And that's exactly that's basically what happened.
Interesting.
So the reason I'm talking about things so abstractly is because this structures of thought, this ontology, the sexuation on male and female side, it happens at a personal level. It happens at a level of the society. It happens at the level of like the entire world, even. And we're perpetually running into these like limits and these antinomies. And in the past, the way Kovchik explains it, sexuation was the principle by which the structure of society represented in the mental map of the world in people's minds was organized by this principle of like active and passive, yin and yang, or sky and earth, or dark and light, etc., etc. So they would create these dichotomies in order to like organize how they think about reality, and that included sex, aka what we call gender now. And this is where the problems of modern gender start, I believe. What this theory implies is that woman's gender had to be created or made up in order for there to be such a thing as men. So essentially, the same structures that I was talking about, in order to keep a universal, you need to have a limit or exception. If you don't have a limit or exception, you don't have a universal, you have a plurality with no meta.
Lera,
In order to
one question I have is this universality of masculinity, of maleness, of manlyhood, of manhood, is that a European like Anglo construct? Or has this been a consistent thing through all kinds of societies, all kinds of cultures?
it's a great question. So it is most emblematic and representative in like the pinnacle of Western philosophy and thought, I would say. But the basic structures of it is something that applies to consciousness in general. And this will get us back more to like Zizek and his take on the primordial origins of subjectivity. But essentially, even for a hypothetical like single mind to exist among other minds or among like other speaking beings would necessitate the existence of the structure in order for it to be possible. So, for example, do you know about Hegel's like master-slave dialectic? Ever heard
Yeah.
of that?
Also, thank you for
So,
the dono, Earl. I appreciate it.
same idea as you have two speaking beings. They can't maintain some sort of relation without establishing this boundary of like who's above what somehow, or like who's acted, who's acting. They go into like a struggle to the death, and as a result of the struggle, somebody overpowers and comes out on top, and you end up in like the master position and the slave position. But then the dialectic develops in a way where the slave performs work and sees his reflection in the results of his labor, whereas the master position actually depends on the slave for recognition as being the master. And so this is like an abstract way for any two speaking beings to coexist. The argument is essentially that if we were to kind of meet in the realm of thought and try to have some sort of relationship, it would have to follow a structure like this. Otherwise, it would break apart or not make sense in some way, or we would kill one another or something like that, or try to assimilate entirely. And it even happens again, like it happens with two people, it happens at an individual personal level, the structure exists. It manifests at all these different levels. And I don't know if you read the other chat I was posting in the American Communist like Party whatever discussion in your channel.
I like briefly skimmed over it, but I didn't read it too in depth. Do you want to bring
So
up what you were
Haas,
saying?
Haas is he like the leader of the ACP, by the way?
He's the executive chairman.
Okay, so his explanation of chaos and logos, following Dugin and Heidegger in relation to the dialectical materialism of Marxism, all of that stuff is repeating the same thing that I've been saying, sort of, which is that there's this underlying plurality or chaos from which the logos separates itself from through the principle of identity and becomes kind of like what would be the start of like subjectivity, or would be the start of like masculine identity, or the start of this structure of sexuation, of universal and exception. And and he was basically saying that this results in ontology of ontology of global division of labor, which coincidentally happened to be the same idea that I ran into, which is this abstract structure of sexuation actually organizes all of our society in modern capitalism in a way that differentiates and creates this hierarchy between the masculine rationality at the top of like capitalist abstraction and finance, and at the bottom is the material base of chaos and sensations, where all of the actual labor of like creating value and accumulating a surplus and passing it to the top happens. And previously this was contained to within one nation when we were still in like the earlier stages of capitalism developing throughout like 19th, 20th century. Once we got to the 20th, like a bit deeper in the 20th century, we've moved on to what Lenin called the highest stage of capitalism, which is imperialism, which is the point at which that bifurcation of the base and the pinnacle, or the top, the chaos and the logos, instead of being contained within one country like the USA, they get split even further. So the base or chaos is now in the periphery, or the third world, where the production and the labors being, the surplus is being created, and the pinnacle is the corporate financial system of like capitalist calculation that is kind of like create the accumulating all of the values, right? So there's an accumulation on a world scale that happens from all of these like places around the world, and it kind of gets funneled into the values in the center or in the imperial core or whatever you want to call it. And again, like all of these things follow the same structure, which I'm calling sexuation and gender. He did not refer to it in any kinds of. Actually, he referred to it as masculine and feminine in like a couple of places.
As or
Which
the people
again,
that he was referencing, like Dugan, etc.
yeah. So yeah, I mean, a bunch of these things are referring to the same kinds of ideas. But yeah, so okay, let me get a bit more into the genders. Part of the radical feminist analysis is whether the gender division system actually has to do with biological sex directly, or whether it was like an artificial imposition, right? So to what extent could we say that gender is simply the reflection of biology and culture? And to what extent is it the imposition top down of culture onto biology, which is otherwise neutral? And like, how do we determine that? So I don't know. Audience question to the audience, or you? What do you think?
I'm not sure. I'm curious of your thoughts. I am curious of the audience's thoughts as well. But they're being pretty quiet at the moment. So, uh, so
Okay, that's fine.
what do you think about the topic?
So the radical feminist argument, I found only a few of these which have gone far enough. One of them that I know about is T. Gray Atkinson, who was a pretty famous radical feminist, second wave, was writing about it in like 60s, 70s. I think she was, probably like 20, 30 years old in 68, 69, when it was like probably the peak revolutionary activity in Europe, in the US as well, right? Like Black rights struggles, Stonewall, women's emancipation was like progressing much more. So it was a very special period. That was also the same time when Shulamith Firestone wrote Dialectic of Sex. It was the same time the feminine, like mystique, women's mystique, feminine mystique, whatever, that book was written. A bunch of these other like radical texts, basically. And Atkinson used metaphysical explanation for where the sex division of labor came from, essentially. So what the radical feminists are trying to point out is that these cultural roles of men and women are not innate or natural. They come from an imposition by the culture, which sets up a division of labor, which in our modern brain-rotted, like biological determinist kind of perspective, it just means that, oh, men are the hunters and women are staying with the tribe or group or whatever, just raising the kids, which it's never been that simple, right? But what the radical feminists are trying to point out is that this is not a natural, result of being. This is a cultural thing that we drive. So the creation of the male subjectivity, what is implied in it, and this is again referring back to like what we talked about with the axioms and the limits. Male identity is created through a self-prohibition, a self-limiting, which simultaneously creates what is seen as the material base that it itself differentiates from. And what this means is that maleness and femaleness doesn't exist before male identity starts to be formed. Because before that, like everybody is part of that chaos, everybody is part of the plurality with no meta. In order to create the male subjectivity, they impose a self-limitation on themselves. That's the axiom. And then by doing that, they create both men and women. The women are defined retroactively by the thing that was separated from, even though before the separation happened, like we can't say that this is women because the man hasn't existed yet. The man only starts existing once he applies the self-prohibition, becomes a subject that is separated from something else, And now we have a duality of male and female. Without the separation, there is no duality.
I see.
So that is, for the feminists, that would be like a primordial, for Atkinson specifically, that was the primordial explanation for where patriarchy came from. She was saying that all subjects, like all consciousness, regardless of the physical body, had something like shared among them. But then as a process of the extension of reason, right? So we were talking about like using the use of reason without proper limit. Like when they kind of do that too much, eventually like it leads to the requirement of some sort of limit. And the way that she tried to frame it is like there was already some sort of division of labor, some sort of hierarchy forming from subjectivity among people before they grasped sex itself as like a political social difference.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't have that significance yet until she says like one half of the species took advantage of the half of the species which was at some points temporarily disabled, essentially, which referring to like pregnancy. She said it was like the burden of that particular kind of existence. So because of that, the hierarchy of separation of self and matter, it got like latched onto the sex division of men and women. Even though the political significance of separation pre-existed the division we know as men and women. And really what that implies is that in prehistory and before we have a system of gender, men and women have the same type of subjectivity. Like women are basically just men in a woman's body, right? And you could say that men are women in a man's body because the mind is universal and it just gets applied to everybody the same way, and they just happen to have different bodies. So
When you say that though,
different. This is different than saying that there's two types of subjectivities, each belonging to a body. These are a different way of framing it.
when you say that, is like a woman is just like a woman in a man's body is vice versa. Isn't that technically inaccurate due to your theory of gender and everything being that men are differentiated? Like in which
I'm saying before the differentiation.
Gotcha.
So in theory and like in prehistory and before the rise of patriarchy, before the rise of the division of labor, it would have been that way. Once we get that division, now we have some sort of gender category. Although
hasn't the division
it
of
was never
labor
gender, what it was really is it was sexuation.
hasn't
Sexuation is the way of organizing reality by principle of active passive that applies to all concepts at all strata of thinking in existence that created what we know as gender.
won't that like division have always existed? Do you, like you mentioned that like pregnancy is part of the condition that resulted in this thing, right? But
Yeah, but
if I
pregnancy alone
understand
is not
correctly,
enough.
females have always been getting pregnant throughout human history.
Yeah, but what if they were trans men and they were just like getting pregnant like all the other men were, for example?
Most men aren't getting pregnant.
Yeah, but I'm saying okay, half of men. What if they're okay? Think about it like this: what if all before patriarchy, all females were trans men who weren't transitioning? Like that's sort of what it implies, is that the type of subjectivity across all subjects was universal, but they just happened to have different bodies. They didn't think of themselves as having two separate kinds of subjectivities. That's what it implies.
And that would also make sense for like Old English, where man was a universal term, and then it was like weapon man versus wife man to like differentiate between male and female.
I mean, if you're talking about like the etymology of the words, maybe, but
Yeah, that one's just etymological because
okay.
The way we use language does say a lot about the way that we
No,
perceive
for
the
sure. I
world.
use this as an example. I actually at the start of my essay, I used this as an example of why adult human female is oppressive. If you ever looked at the etymology of female,
No, I haven't.
it means to suck. like to suck or suckle, as in like breastfeed, but it can also mean like to suck something.
What
That's
is
literally what that's like originally what female means.
what's the etymology of male?
Ah, good question. Something different, but the etymology of sex itself. This is the most interesting one. This is like what proves sexuation, in my opinion. What is the etymology of sex? What the fuck is that even? It actually comes from Latin, meaning to cut. It's to cut something into two things. That's what sex is. Sex is the process by which we conceptually divide the same thing into like two different things. And that applies to gender, that applies to politics, that applies to economics, and many more things. So radical feminist analysis is kind of proceeded in this direction in order to say that, well, these roles are like artificial and we shouldn't impose them on themselves. But most radical feminist analysis has strayed away from psychoanalysis, and there's only been very few works. There was like a period early on in like 50s, 60s, I think, where some were using this kinds of lines of thought, and there has been some psychoanalytic feminist stuff written later. And I mean, the stuff that I'm reading now with like Alenka Zupancic and John Kopchak and so on are very good feminists, in my opinion. But most of the other types of rad fem analysis ended up being very biological determinist or biological reductionist, sorry. And that's been its big problem. And that's kind of why feminism sucks nowadays. But yeah, essentially they don't understand like the structure of sexuation and why those categories existed. Okay, now let's talk about the self division. Okay, so the etymology of sex is to cut. There was a cutting that happened at the start of humanity that divided what we know as man and woman, and it essentially, if you remember what I was mentioning earlier about thematic subject, agent versus patient.
Mm-hmm.
So man is the agent, woman is the patient. Essentially, what that means is what sex is supposed to be for a society, or what gender is supposed to be for society, is in the context of how we live, who is the type of subject that does things, and who is the type of subject who it's done for. Or you can think of it as like, what do we do and why do we do it, kind of. And now let's think about a more popular like political example of how sexuation gets applied in practice to the problem of the border crisis and immigrants.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So everybody knows that for the conservatives and the right wing, they have to frame the immigrants as being all aggressive rapist men that are dangerous and we have to protect ourselves from, right? They're male predators.
Yeah.
That's what immigrants are. So the sexuation happens in a way that like cuts across the immigrant problem in a way that frames them on the male side. For the liberals, Democrats, the leftists, immigrants are women and children. They're the group of society that is not the doer, but is the one that it's done for. So for them, the sexuation cut divides the immigrant problem into helping, passive subjects who are women and children. And the political divide is essentially of how do you sexuate that problem? How do you make the cut between their active agents, their passive patients? And that definition of that you use actually also refers to the displacement of the social conflict in that country itself, right? So why do right wingers oppose the immigrants and the left wingers are like welcoming the immigrants in? Well, for the right wingers, the world is defined, or the country and the role that it has is defined by this kind of exception limit. So they have a universality of people within the country. Everybody is part of the same nation. Everybody is American. And we define ourselves in exception or in limit to the outsiders who are the foreign intruders and so on, right? So by excluding the foreign intruders, we can maintain ourselves as a whole. If we don't exclude the intruders, we lose the whole of our society. That's the right-wing male sexuated perspective. Now the left-wing female sexuated perspective would be, actually, there is no wholeness. Society itself pretends there's a wholeness, but secretly there's a division internally in America. And we could say that's between the rich elite and everybody else. So the the way that the immigrant question is like translated into that is that they're not opposed to them, because for the female sexuated side, the division isn't between wholeness and a limit and exception outside. For them, it's the division is already internal to us. Our problem, the main problem, is within the unity, within the wholeness, that pretends to be whole, even though it's actually antagonistic. It has a division between the rich and the poor that is kind of like being sustained by the illusion of wholeness that the right is trying to perpetuate. In this way, the sexuation or cut of who it's done for, kind of decides like the worldview of the nation, or the unity of the nation, or however you want to think of it. That's where the female male sexuation gets applied. That applies to specific questions. How you answer those questions will determine how you see like the rest of the structure. Yeah, I mean, the Democrats do propose a false unity. It's just at a different level of abstraction in a way. So we know that if the Democrats like would have won, they're able to also like use this kind of logic for the immigrants, but there's going to be some sort of limits to it that get resolved as part of like the discourse and discussions and so on. We know that the Democrats are also serving the ruling class in a way, right?
Yeah, it's
but
a uniparty. Shaking my head.
it is. So at a larger level, it is, but within that level of parliamentary democracy, whatever, like they represent the female side of sexuation. If you then take just the Democrat Party, you'll find that there's like the reformists and the Hillary Clintons, and there's like the more radical like Zorans and Bernie and AOC and so on. If you take just that group alone, you'll again have a division between like more closer to that end and further in that end. So like those you can kind of break it down through that logic, but at every level of abstraction, there's this sort of unity of opposites that is determining or conditioning their mediation at a particular point in time. And anytime our attention shifts to one of those issues, to one of those concepts, we are employing sexuation essentially to define how do we talk about it, how do we classify that concept object in our mind. Our tendency to do that is driven by our unconscious sexuation, including our gender. And it is very obvious from this that the universal and plurality structure is the straight white, rich man versus the women, the racial minorities, the sexual gender minorities, the disabled people, the immigrants, the working class. Like it's the plurality on this side is defined in some way to this like universal on this side, and then the universal is defining itself by an exception to the other side. Another interesting conclusion that comes out of this is, okay, so how I was saying at the start of history, man created himself by separating from what was later known as woman?
I know there's the Bible story. I've never heard what you just said, though.
Well, I was talking about the radical feminist analysis, where they like created the roles of men and women basically through that division.
Oh, no, I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah, but I was just saying a few minutes ago that the male side constituted itself on a what retroactively got defined as women.
Okay.
So that's like the kind of primordial origin of patriarchy in this narrative. But you could also think about it at a personal level today, in the sense that male subjects have to use self-prohibition to maintain their subjectivity. And when I say self-limitation, I mean specifically sexism. So sexism applied to the self is what constitutes like a manly subject, or a man who wants to like retain the transcendental frame of our perception in the context of a modern society, essentially has to, even if he's not like homophobic and transphobic to others, even though that's common. I mean, we know that the most, like boys who want to be masculine are at the same time going to be the most toxic about shit like that. It's not just that they apply it to others, it's that they constitute their own sense of self by excluding that part of themselves from them. So they have to push themselves away from femininity and the stuff that's associated with it in order to maintain a sense of being male. If they stop doing that, they stop feeling like they're a man. That's what it implies. So yeah, subjects who are like males who are like insecure, who don't have sufficient other like external sources of affirmation that would like reinforce that self limit. Mm-hmm. If they don't have that, then they would tend to be like reactionary incels essentially. And there's a point there where that can transition to becoming trans, or kind of shift to that mode if it's pushed to its logical conclusion. And to some people it happens, to some of them they avoid it by, again, applying that self limit. You can also think about this. Okay, why do insecure male subjects are the most toxic? They're the furthest from the constitution of like the transcendental male subjectivity. They have to impose self-sexism in order to differentiate themselves from women. If they stop doing that, they collapse back into the chaos position of that defines like the plane of women. So that imposition, it's not just against them being sexist or like transphobic, homophobic, whatever, to others. It's actually about themselves. It's about applying that principle to themselves to keep a sense of self.
Interesting.
Seeing neo-prototype type a ton of shit. If you go, I don't know if your cat's
he does not like your agree. He does not like your statements. He said it sounds like Christian sane Gnosticism.
So, I mean, you could say that this is Gnostic and fake, but here's the problem with not agreeing to this. Like, why was the self-exception necessary in the first place? It was to create the logos, essentially. Haas says the same thing. The logos creates itself by the principle of identity, by differentiating itself from the chaos, which previously all belonged to the same kind of thing. So the requirement of the limit, and this is where I believe the role of gender is in a secular world like ours. Our world depends on believing that a trans woman is possible, that such a thing, such as women's gender, is a possibility, and that possibility would kind of include both cis women and trans women.
A world collectively or individually?
Probably the whole world. I don't know. And why that is gender is supposed to be, or sex previously, gender now, supposed to be that self limit that keeps the male subject from having a runaway process of logic that predetermines him. Without the limit, the male subject becomes predetermined because the extension of logic loops around on itself in the form of biological necessity and the rules of like evolution and the inherent rationality of maximizing your own genetic fitness. I mean, in principle, what that implies is that everybody becomes a eugenics monkey. Everybody is a predetermined eugenics monkey where we can say ahead of time, before we meet them, we can say what they're going to be like because we know that they're a man and they're a eugenics monkey. They're operating on the same principle. So now we can determine what the future is going to be because we know what every subject is like or what they're operating by, because all subjects are operating by the same universal law. There's no exception, and we essentially oppress ourselves through this way of thinking. We constrain ourselves to these systems that say how things have to be for them to continue making sense to us. But without the limit, we extend this so much that we get rid of free will in the process. We have the unresolved antinomy on the dynamical side.
It almost
And
reminds of like the black pilled incel who's like, my 2 millimeters of bone is ruining my life. Where it's like they've looped into this logic of like,
I mean, that's pretty stupid too, yeah.
indeterminism rather than determinism. Like they just are like overwhelmed. Maybe I'm just kind of like bantering, but
well, I think sometimes so I would say that subjects who are on the precipice of the kind of male subjectivity, who are not able to sustain the self-prohibition, they might tend towards female sexuation, and that might lead them to like more of the indeterminacy thing, because that's part of what defines the women's side as well, is like the subject of what the gender or the subject of what a woman can be has to remain indeterminate, not infinite, but not yet known and always yet to come.
okay.
Which is weird. It's really weird to think about. But what essentially is that we can't say for sure who is a valid trans woman or not with that purely by using the categories of understanding, which is like, our scientific definitions. We can't use scientific language to describe what women's gender is, but it still has to exist. If it doesn't exist, then we lose free will. We become predetermined by the scientific discourse. So we have to say that a woman's subjectivity is possible. It's just not something that we can fully describe with words. We can only like sense it in possible experience, which essentially comes down to vibes. Essentially what I'm saying is gender has to exist, and like trans women have to be a possibility, for some of them at least, to be considered women. But this is something that can only be determined by vibes and not by language, not by logic, and not by scientific rules.
I see. Chad, is that making more sense? People were sending a lot of questions. I think you were confusing people, but I feel like you tied it together on the end. One that you didn't really hit on is like, in regards to the incel to trans pipeline, what are your views on agency with regards to gender? In your view, can one do this on purpose? What if you don't feel like a woman, but you want to become one? It's in the YouTube, by the way. It's the chat. Okay, never mind. It
Which
looks like
of the questions?
you already answered the question. Never mind. Somebody else is looking for confirmation that, are you saying that we shouldn't know everything or else we become confined to how we know it?
Yes, we should have limits to thinking. This is what women, how men in previous times, like, could always be like, oh, women are so irrational, like, this doesn't make sense. We actually need that as a limit. We actually need that because if we don't have it, we go crazy. And like men sort of know, like, if you are with a woman, but she had exactly the same thinking as a man, and she just like went along with like everything in the same way, that wouldn't be sustainable of like a relationship to work with, like a family and everything. Like you would run into some sort of clashes, because it's ultimately about having this dynamic of like a subjectivity and something that limits it so that both of them can keep going along. If you get rid of this limit, then this thing spins out of control and loses coherence with reality. part of the thing with logos is that it's a principle of abstract rationality separated from physical base material reality. So the problem with modern gender theory and feminism is that it made gender, or previously it was sex and sexuation, it made it into a label, into an identity, which is tied to signifier. Signifier is just a term for, like, in semiotics, it just means the sign that represents something, right? So if I say like apple, right? So the phonetic, like, words coming out of my mouth, like apple, is the signifier. The signified is the concept of apple that you're, like, imagining a red rotating, like, thing in your head. Like, so that's the concept is the signified. The thing that represents it is the signifier. So in modern society, and like with Judith Butler and all this stuff, like, gender became a signifier, and it was never meant to be a signifier. It was meant to be this modality of the subject. Modality referring to, again, acting versus acted on. And that was necessary to organize reality. Every society since ever divided things into active passive dualities in order to structure how the world can work. We stopped doing that. We said everybody is one universal subject. There's a universal subjectivity from the Cartesian dualism. We just have two types of bodies. And we essentially end up in a situation where men, like, women would kind of be, like, thinking like men and being the same kind of, like, cynical eugenics maximizing type of, like, subject that, like male brains, like, toxic guys are. It's like, it's leading to a contradiction where women are going to become that too, and it'll be a problem. The thing is, that doesn't happen because the self-limit is sustained, because men keep rejecting trans women and not allowing that crossage of like the male side back to the women. That allows them to sustain the two levels and essentially maintain oppression against queer people, but also against women in a way that allows them to form families and still maintain, like, the nation. That's what modern politics is about, is maintaining the circuits of capital within the nation state. In order to do that, you have to maintain identity, and to kind of accomplish that, you have to have the self-limitation. You have to not let women be like men. As soon as you let women be like men, that's going to unravel this structure that, we abstractly end up calling, like, the nation, essentially.
Do you believe in equal rights?
No. Because, again, this theory implies that there has to be two types of subjects for whom, well, you could say that they sort of have equal rights, but really, like, there needs to be special consideration for both types, which is not necessarily equal. They're not
So
commensurable.
you would agree with President Trump's executive order to instate only two genders in America because it will help recreate this kind of stability. This, like,
Well, but they're doing it on the basis of, well, no. Here's the thing: reinscribing the woman as the counterpart of the man is the move of the conservatives that is stabilizing the original repression. What they're trying to disguise is, okay, so you know how to start? I was saying you have chaos.
mm,
You have chaos at the base. The logos creates itself through the principle of identity, differentiating itself from the chaos, retroactively defining this as the woman and saying that this is the man. So this is like the start of the structure, but then that's like the original split. So what Kopchak and psychoanalysts say, the split is repressed. So we pretend this didn't happen. The oppression of women replaces the repression of the split. I'm gonna write it even just so that everybody is like
The woman and the man in the sexuation thing isn't the same as the man and the woman in reality, is it?
Our reality is defined by what we can understand it to be. So if you're just talking, okay, if you want to talk about like, oh, it's just physical organs and gametes and stuff, like fine, yeah, those exist. There's two types of gametes, we know that, but we can't define men and women based on those. If we define men and women purely based on biology, we end up in a universal type of subjectivity with two types of bodies that is predetermined based on the rationality of evolution and just capitalist development, social Darwinist, self-maximizing, and we'll just end up at more like wars and oppression and stuff. But okay, so the repression and the split, this is important. So what I was saying, okay, the women are here, the man is here. So this was the split. They don't want to admit that this happened. They don't want to say the man was created by separating from women. In order to deal with that, or to hide that fact, they say, actually this woman here is just the counterpart of the man here. And now these are like a equally stabilizing, coexistent set of terms
And that's
that
why she was made
can operate
out
in
of his
society.
rib, right? And so like build
Yeah.
into this kind
So
of lore.
yeah, exactly. That's a perfect example. In the Genesis story, it's the same idea where it. I mean, we know that okay, everybody starts out as female and kind of like becomes male. In the Bible story, it's backwards. The man is made first, and then the woman is like his counterpart made from him, and then they stabilize each other, and they have like a way to maintain these like familial units and say, okay, God made us like two separate, but it's basically the principle of like separate but equal. That's when Trump and the modern people are like, oh, we'll define gender based on sex, and there's two types. They're saying like separate but equal, even though in secret, shit is not equal at all. It's like oppression that is disguised by this conception of them being two analogous things. They're not two analogous complementary things. They actually inherently have this hierarchical structure, and the hierarchical nature of this is denied.
Somebody said, I was meaning that the men and women in this system aren't necessarily men and women from the perspective of their own identity, if that makes sense. I might be getting
Yeah,
myself confused.
so the society tries to assign you an identity to fit the purposes of the society, which is to reproduce nuclear family units that can operate as you know, consumer subjects in capitalism in order to stabilize the whole system of nation state trading
Like us
subjects
as
and so on.
men, for example.
So us as men, that's what society defines us as.
Yeah.
Sexuation and psychoanalysis says actually sexuation is an unconscious modality of the subject, which necessarily means some men, like male subjects in a psychoanalytic sense, do not have a male physical anatomical body. Some subjects who are females in a psychoanalytical sense do not have a male or a female anatomical body. So psychoanalysis is a theory which essentially starts out from the assumption that trans people exist. Like it says trans people have to exist because gender can't be confined to biology or to culture. It's actually the thing that splits biology from culture through its irrational mechanism of limit, which is a necessity for us to make sense of the world. Another example I like to use is think of the imaginary number I in math. It's the same exact thing. So we developed like calculus and algebra and quadratic equations before we discovered the imaginary numbers. But the thing is, our rules of arithmetic and algebra already implied the existence of imaginary numbers before we had them. It's really weird, but like this is essentially how this retroactive creation of the woman gender happened. Is we created a system of this like axiom with the self-separation, and there's a structural place for where the imaginary number would be. It's the square root of -1. So it's a math operation that is possible in the system. It implies the existence of a number, that can't be said to be real. But this number confirms the validity of the entire algebraic system in a way. So you have the arithmetic of real numbers, but when you have an algebraic system with it, it implies the existence of imaginary numbers. They have to exist in order for this whole structure to work. So you have to have real and imaginary numbers, essentially. Like they created, well, they didn't create the imaginary numbers, but like by having the system, the structural necessity of the imaginary numbers was implied.
Yeah.
In the same way, by creating the male subjectivity, the structural necessity of women's gender was implied.
What would you say to... Okay, wait, I do want to unmute this person if they promise to be responsible.
I was gonna say, Jared Strong is saying in the chat that I'm using my theory
I know.
have hangouts about the South. What I'm saying is, yes, that's true. I'll admit it, but you won't admit it. I'm saying
Should
you're
I
doing it
unmute?
too. Yeah,
Or
go for it.
okay.
Fine.
I actually don't know how to unmute. I think I should just be able to like blink unmute you. Oh no, you left, so you lost the role. Shaking my head. Here, if I give you that and I move you out, I gotta move you, and then I gotta move you. Okay, you should be able to speak now. Just a brief speaking session for you, Jer Strong.
I appreciate it. I promise to be a good boy or whatever, you know.
Thank you, Jer Strong. Okay, go ahead. Attack Lera about using psychoanalytic hangups about self to accrued psychopolitical fantasy.
Well, I mean, of course, I feel like your sociological analysis is really where it's lacking. I do appreciate your harkening back to logical positivism, but I don't know. I feel like I focus on different aspects of it. I feel like it's easy to just like it is an easy like rhetorical and both a logical decision to change things into this dialectic. But I mean, obviously, I don't know. It sounds like you are a pretty dedicated Hegelian, and you are like
This is
but you still believe in these very rigid ideas about these concepts. Like that's why you apply this like logical like psychoanalytic framework, which I agree is unique. I believe a lot of people who go into psychoanalytics, they kind of focus on the cultural and the political analysis, but they never get into the weeds of the hermeneutic and logical side, which I do appreciate. But I do think it is an attempt by you to sublimate something.
I agree, it is. But what is the purpose of male identity in like the modern nation state? It's to sublimate the continuance of the most abstract, like self reproduction, essentially, of the logical formal A equals A. That's what capitalist patriarchy is like trending towards. Is just reproduction of same identity that is completely devoid of any connection with the material world, and can completely like isolate itself in this like abstract dimension and once and for all. That's what the goal of like the society has been in a way. That's what everything is like coalescing towards, because it's operating by the same principle. And because we've ignored the need to have a limit through this use of sexuation, we've made everybody universal subject. What that implies is the top, this logos, keeps going further and further away from the base. So the hierarchies get more intense, or the more arborescent over time. And like our world is trending towards that, our country is trending towards that at different levels of society. That kind of dynamic is happening. It's a dynamic driven from the internal system, like it's coming out from inside and pushing itself up in a way. And I
Mm.
think that's related to a bunch of these geopolitical problems. And I mean, Dogen, his whole fourth theory, whatever, fourth way,
For political theory, yeah.
Haas was talking about that too. I mean, it's a similar thing. He's framing the Western society as the logos. The chaos is outside. The Russian society is part of the chaos that like assimilates some of the logos, but is still existing like outside of it, kind of. But for him,
Yeah.
it's like all of the other cultures should be like defining themselves in this way. Whereas Haas is pointing out that this has created an ontological division of labor across the earth, where the periphery and global south are feeding, surplus value back into the imperial core, sometimes in Russia as well, and creating these capitalist dynamics that the communists must oppose. That's where that.
Oh, you're a hashead. I get it. Okay.
I wasn't. I'm actually not. I just literally yesterday I read his post and I realized it says the same shit that I'm saying. I didn't know.
Convergent, I see. No, I mean, actually, that's why I wanted to pick up on earlier was that, this, I mean, Zizek even talks about this, about like the conception of the state, right? It's not necessarily masculine. Like, if you look, like his example was North Korea, but if you look at like even Nazi Germany as well, like it is a feminine conception of the state. And it's instead like, oh, we become this masculine exception because we are this, we are the Ubermensch. We are separate from all these other lower races that were like sprinkled in like in Middle Europa. So we need to separate ourselves, and we need to protect like this fertile womanhood of Germany over
100%. But actually, but think about it like that. It's again a structure of certain like universality or wholeness amongst themselves, but it only works as long as they have the exception that they're trying to cancel.
Yeah, I mean, this is just like standard scapegoating kind of technique, but like ideologically defining it and its historical contingency, its uniqueness, and its further legacy. You have to separate that out. I mean, it's a simple diagrammatic to apply, the master slave dynamic, but that's actually helps you understand and get past, into the nuances of like, okay, but maybe this is prioritize less. I mean, yes, but the problem is like Hegel is too close. Like his works are very too close to the project of German nationalism and that kind of stuff, and maybe it would help elucidate.
So here's the thing: Haz and me, what we're trying to do is do a materialist like reversal of this. Essentially, what Marx did to Hegel, right? Is you say, yes, okay, there are these structures of thought, but we can't just change the structures of thought because they're conditioned by the material base. We have to change the social activity that is creating them. And there's a good argument between Lukács, György Lukács, if you know him, and Alfred Sohn-Rethel. He wrote a book about division of intellectual and manual labor, which represents the same thing. The manual labor is the base, the intellectual labor is the abstract, ideal logos, whatever. So what they try to show is the modern subject under capitalism is actually constituted by the abstraction of exchanging commodities, because it by participating in exchanges of capitalist value, we actually like reify the value, the money value that is represented behind it, and this abstract conception of value becomes the main goal of life in a way, is to like accumulate these kinds of values. So the subject defines himself in relation to what the object of ideology is, which is the commodity. That's Zizek's analysis, essentially, is like we are stuck in capitalism because our subjectivity is defined in relation to chasing the value of the commodity. What I'm trying to say with sex, so here's the only original contribution that I've had in this whole discussion, because everything up to now that I've said is stuff that I've read from others. My only original contribution is that I believe the sexual or phallic value is part of the system of circulating values that is involved in this arborescent structure, that is also the cause of more queer and trans people in current time, and is also becomes the existential question for society in a way, whether they accept trans women or not, because this whole structure depends on limiting men from becoming like women. And you could also say, okay, for the economic sphere, that would be like limiting the entrepreneur from becoming a proletariat, or limiting like the middle class from becoming working class. Like the society depends on doing that. If it doesn't do that, the society loses its unity of thought and becomes like a plurality with no meta.
I do think there's a bit of a contradiction there. Like you do point out how there is this lifting off of the material, but like again, like you said, oh, this is like one of the limits, like materialist limit to society. That society, culture, like everything is downstream of culture, and culture is downstream of material. But the thing is like as you point out later on, yeah, we are kind of lifting off of this, uh, base materiality, and when we have these irrational, they're properly irrational systems of organization. That's why they work, because they interface with people and people are irrational. So like I do agree. It is that's why masculinity is like removed from that original nurture carer role, because like if like I've been taking with this idea of like the male as a immunological response to like material, right? And if that material basis changes for our own concerted actions, therefore like the material, therefore like uh maleness is defined by other things, like and that is what you correctly point out as Tate is like an aspiration for like, okay, so if I'm not going to have children, I'm not going to settle down. What kind of ideal life should I be living? And Tate, the Tate, I guess not his brother as much, they offer an alternative model. It's like, instead you could be like the bachelorette, you could be the cool uncle, just make a lot of money, travel around, have nice cars, nice women, that kind of stuff. Like that's the alternative model to traditional life that maybe is appealing in a post materiality, post truth world.
Yeah, I would say it's I read an essay called, or it's like one that I posted about in my server. I don't know if you're in there, but it's called like the collapse of the father function. That's kind of what it talks about. So, I mean, it's the idea that previously in traditional society there was more of a limit to reason that prevented it from going through this runaway process of the separation, and we got rid of the limit. It started happening too much. The problem of the inclusion of women through feminism is that by affirming identity for them as like empowered women subjects, even though it doesn't actually function as separate subjects, they're operating they're basically as men, but just happen to have different bodies, but they basically have the same goals and ideals as men. Same thing happens with like identity politics for queer pride and stuff, and like the inclusion in corporate pride is again working through that principle of identity leads to more of that like corporate kind of abstract way of like managing things. So the more we try to include people in the universality of identity, the further they get from the material base. And it doesn't mean that like the material base doesn't still condition those, but it's like the practices at the lower levels that bring it up. And I would say that, for example, the fact that we displaced the production, right? We deindustrialized in America, moved the production overseas. So now those practices are producing commodities and values that are being shipped over to us. They're like making the mass producing hormones, and then we're like,
Chow, what the hell? Can you stop? You literally just shut down the stream. That's literally so mean.
it just means that at a certain point, that abstraction will break down for some catastrophe of like the appearance of the real, Lacanian real in the symbolic realm, which would be like a disaster that kind of breaks logic, or like something will happen that messes up the system, but it won't be symbolized from within the system. It'll come as like a surprise of some sorts, or like an irrational explosion of something. That's what's implied by that separation, is the logos can only see the chaos as like disorder or like nothingness. How does this do? So like that it only appears as nothingness from the perspective of logos. Well, it's not a nothingness. It's the reality of these material relations that are happening, from which the gendered identities eventually stem from. And I could say that, you know, like the experience of growing up and being subject to socialization, we get pushed into these like positions of identifying with femininity or masculinity that go beyond the assignment of biological sex when we were born. Like that, the process of sexuation bifurcates the society. It pushes us to be on one side of this relation in every specific context.
Well, it feels like what underlies a lot of your thought is this other, just general process of otherization. Like, I feel like,
Well, okay, one
you
second.
know,
I just want to say that throughout all of this, I'm not trying to make out like men bad, women good, or like something.
right. No,
I'm trying to point out that these are like a necessary structure of thought that organizes reality, and we need to
well,
be aware of its place.
this is the thing. Is like I feel like this is the limiting factor. It's like, you know, that generalized logic is any kind of logic. I mean, that applies, because of course logic can be applied to any material. It's about the relationships between material. And when you say like, oh, there's this fundamental like anchor to like womanhood, manhood, like that you know, is a contradiction to how the system how this logical system organizes chaos, the other, right? But the problem is like, from your perspective, from my perspective, you, like, there is still that other, that chaos, right? And I don't operate, like, it's not possible for an individual to operate purely by general logic. So like when I consider you or you consider me, right? There is still that excess, that Hegelian excess, that negative. Where you cannot, you know, use your personal, uh, you know, set of ideological tools or worldviews to conceptualize totally me, and I cannot do the likewise to you. So like
Sure.
there is, like, I mean,
Why would
yes.
we want to? Why would I want to like fully conceptualize? Like the thing is, if I fully conceptualize you, that basically means there's no room left for your subjectivity. It means like I've determined everything there
Well,
is to know, and
that's
everything
kind
there
of
is.
hot, if I'm being honest. But like I think there is an attempt in trying, like, you know,
That's why. That's why. So you know they
I
call
think
that, the psychoanalysts call that feminine jouissance, like feminine
jouissance, yeah.
enjoyment, because it involves essentially not being a subject. It's like the loss of subjectivity is enjoyable. They actually say that that's like the woman position is the one who's capable of experiencing that, and like men are not capable of enjoying that, but women are capable of enjoying that.
I don't know. I believe men in due time will be able to join it as well. But, you know, that's maybe one of my
I mean,
illusions.
yeah, but I would say like, yeah, stuff that I'm exploring here. I don't have like a full conclusion really of some of these things, and like you probably can catch me in some contradictions. I haven't thought all this through, but I do think that it applies as the kind of general, yeah, like rule structuring thought in the organization of reality. It doesn't have to be even about sex really. Like I know we talked a lot about sexuation. Like, okay, it's the reason we primarily stick to that is because it is intimately tied to this sexual dimension of what we do in sexuality that isn't procreative, and that seems to be the place where it would have to stay, even if we get rid of all hierarchies. This is another thing that applies. Even if we lived in an anarchist society with no state and no hierarchies, we would still have to have hierarchies in the sexual realm. essentially. If we get rid of the hierarchies everywhere, including the sexual realm, then we'll eliminate subjectivity.
See, this is the interesting thing. Is like, why do you think sex? I like the term it more sexing. Like it is like sexing is a process. You know, like it's
Yeah.
uh I mean, like, sure, you know, there's like the biological, but like that biological process is also like a is an active thing. You know, your body reestablishes it. Um,
Sure.
I think, like, well, I'm curious to think why you think like sex is so determinative of human subjectivity. Like, what makes it about the process of sexing that like constitutes, you know, even like some like transcendental conditions of
Because
subjectivity. Like I don't.
I'll tell you. It has
Okay,
to
okay,
do with the relation between subject and object. In sexuality, okay, why is like AGP a thing where it's kind of like the
yeah,
man the man is like using the woman for his libido in a way. Like
uh-huh, uh-huh.
that's the basic sexual script of heterosexuality, right? Is like the woman gives her body to the man to use kind of. And the relationship there is that like they're is created like an object and a subject. Like you have technically two subjects, but in their relationship together, they can create a subject that knows itself to be subject because it's not object. If you don't have subject object, then you actually don't have subject. You just have like a unified thing driven by, I mean, you could say it's driven by instinct or it's driven by pure logical necessity of everything. But in either case, there is no free will. There is no subjectivity. It's just, you know, it's something that's like one dimensional. If we want to have two-dimensional existence, we need to have subject object because the object constitutes the subject retroactively. Or I mean, you could say it the other way around, but either way, like there needs to be a subject and an object in this like abstract social relation.
Oh, okay, okay. So it's like or orthogonality, right? Like it's the
Yeah, that's
differentiation that establishes the subject as an individual. Yeah, okay. Um, but I mean, but you touch on it a little with like the ontological status of God, you know, and how that relates to the epistemology, right? It's like
yeah. So
like
I mean,
I always I think it's possible. I mean, you can either look at Descartes or you can look at like post-structuralist philosophers like Deleuze, right, where it's possible to have an individuation process that's not necessarily defined by you know differentiation, but instead by like this you know body without organs, you know flat. It's flat, but it still has like it has
okay. No,
locality. It's that's what evidence is.
but
Yeah.
here's the thing. So I mean, first off, those in the three also have some notion of like becoming feminine or becoming woman or whatever, which they suggest as like as part of like the ethical project of schizoanalysis. So it's already implied by them that okay, in order to fix society, we need like somehow males to be a bit more like female subjects, which is also what I'm saying.
Mhm.
But for them, they kind of dissolve the plurality into this like again, like the body without organs doesn't is not sexuated and it functions as a kind of universal that can plug into any other flows and machines. The thing there is again, we end up with a universal subject of capitalism, which essentially is going around abiding by its like injunctions to enjoy and plugging into the different circuits of capital and sexual value. It doesn't actually like decide kind of what happens with it. So in that frame, it's like again becomes a determined thing that floats around these like strata of society that are perpetually creating the arborescent structure more and more. Like if everybody's just pure body without organs, we probably would still have a runaway process of rationality
What does
that is not limited.
arborescent mean? You keep
Arborescent,
saying it, and
arborescent is like a hierarchical tree. It means like a tree as opposed to the roots at the bottom. So
so it's
the
not
tree
abhorrent. I see.
the
I see.
tree stems from like one origin and kind of splits, whereas the ribosome, the network of roots at the bottom, is not like stemming from an originary point. It's horizontally like a mesh network that's integrated without a clear nexus or like origin or central point. Whereas for the arborescent structure, it creates not a horizontal plane, but a vertical plane that does refer itself to some originary point or some universal principle, or like stemming from one thing, basically. So it also kind of represents the sexuation. You could say the arborescent one is male, the rhizomatic one is female or feminine.
Well, but there's like again like the Cartesian model, right? Of where I mean, I guess you could argue that like God instead was like took the place of capital in the previous like feudal relations. Like God was the signifier which gave value, which established a hierarchy through like the
Sure.
priest class and for
Yes.
the literati. But like in that situation, like it still is. I mean, it is still universal, but it's still differentiated. And I think it's certainly possible that we have models of society that will tend back towards kind of religious kind of dogma. We see it already with AI, that kind of stuff, where
Isn't
it's like,
isn't gender a kind of religion? Like, isn't they say that believing in gender is a religion or a spirituality of a sort?
well, I mean, it's a social construct or whatever. But I don't know.
So Zizek points out like the fact that religion has always had to compete with sexuality as a domain of sublimating subjectivity, because it's not just that the sexuality is like the base animal drives of carnality that corrupt us. It's actually that sexuality has this crucial function with regards to subjectivity, which religion tries to take over and sustain its own structure of universal and exception. God serves as the irrational filler of the gaps, whereas the rest of the society can be organized in this kind of principle of him, which ultimately is, I mean, it comes down from like the priestly class that are basically patriarchs and just doing the shit that's good for them, but they're basing it on this like abstract God principle. So that was the way of organizing society before modernity. And we got rid of God. We don't have that limits. Like the gender sexuality thing is the secular way of setting an irrational limit to logic that would prevent it from collapsing into
Okay, okay,
unlimited,
no,
unlimited
yeah, yeah,
expectation.
yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
we need gender in order to have free will. That's what I believe. Basically, is like if you reject trans women, then you inevitably end up and sorry, if you reject trans women and you reject God, you will be a biological determinist, like a eugenicist, social Darwinist. Or if you affirm God, then you could maybe do something with that. In most cases, it'll be a patriarchal thing. A
Yeah,
potential alternative would be if we conceived of a new religion with a god that is like a progressive god and was like cool with trannies. That would maybe also work. That would maybe work, but we would need to create that religion.
that's why I went to Rome. I was doing research. Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah. No, I think. Well, I don't know if I bring it down to like the ontological basis, but I do think, yeah, like the operative mode of like especially Western American society is like that is our degree of political freedom is has been restricted to that kind of thing. It's like we get to choose our gender, sexuality, and like yeah, I do think though there is more steam. There is more steam in that other equation, and that's what I felt like this, because usually it's like the psychoanalytic would be applied to like the theological, right? But you apply to the to
Sex and
to
gender. That's
analytic.
well, yeah.
But I think, I mean, I think that is like a more powerful pairing, but I do think there is more steam in this theological analysis than you would expect. Um, there is because you still like admit that like there is no like radical kind of freedom in the ontological basis. Like you are just moving along these like determinative differences. I think.
So there's no ontological freedom, but the thing is, like, okay, our experience of gender and sexuality is an experience of no freedom because we are compelled to be a certain way. That's like irrational, but it has to be irrational. Like it can't be fully explained with scientific discourse of why we end up this way. And
Oh, we might soon though. We might soon. I mean, that's what OpenAI is coming out with. Soul Extractor 9000. You heard about it.
I mean, could be, but the thing is, if we successfully do that, then we would eliminate again. We would start eliminating subjectivity and free will, and like we would become everything would be like, okay, can you choose to be trans? No, you have to go get the brain scan, and you're basically forced to get hormones. Like if the brain scan says you're trans, then can you reject transitioning? Because the logic will compel you to be like, no, I have to transition because this is what the brain scan says. So
Well, wouldn't there also be like the counter current where it's like, oh, now that we have the brain scans, it's so powerful that I can actually like psyop myself. I could use the AI like a bunch of chemicals that I know exactly the logical formula to follow.
That's what universal logic would compel you to. But look, what would happen is if we discover the exact neurological mechanism of transness, then universal logic would compel us to transform all subjects to be cis. We would eliminate trans people effectively.
Well, okay, but why? Why?
Because the abstract rationality depends on the formal logic of identity, which is A equals A. It seeks to reproduce the same identity abstracted from all physical considerations. That physical identity comes, or sorry, that like abstract identity comes from the genetic patrilineal family line that has to be perpetuated, and they would find some sort of like basically the logic would go something like this: is like we have to maintain reproductive reproduction for our nation, to keep the nation state, to keep its whole identity the same, to perpetuate the families which are based on these like family lines and identities, which is not feasible for a trans person if they don't have kids. So like logically we need to get everybody to be cis so they can perpetuate the identity, which is the abstract principle of the system. Something like that. It's like we would find a way to connect the rationality of how life should be down to this like brain scan for trans people. And or I mean, okay, like either they would force them to be cis, or if they allow them to be trans, it would still be in a very like predetermined kind of model of the medical establishment that says like, okay, this is what defines you and this is how you're supposed to be. And we would have like in reality, in practice, if we did that, we would still run into problems with irrationality because you don't get rid of it. You just disguise that it's there by applying more and more reason, and you disguise it until it breaks down somehow and reappears as an explosion in the real that can't be symbolized. Like
Um,
we're pushing ourselves to do that. So we either stop ourselves by arbitrarily putting a limit on reason, or we're gonna keep becoming predetermined subjects with no free will. That's the dynamic that we're dealing with, and because we don't acknowledge why that is, we keep becoming more and more predetermined.
well, the thing is like, can't you like by this elimination of subjectivity?
Your microphone, it looks like your stream or the other person is talking stop. I think I'm probably gonna go just because I sat way longer than I intended to, but
Yeah, I here, let me just server mute her real quick and remove her camera. Oh, she did it for me. That works. Yeah, I was gonna make a comment. You said, "Oh, I'll give you 1 hour," and here we are 4 hours later.
my bad.
Um, no, don't please don't apologize. I will take it anytime. I really appreciate you chatting with me. Did you want to do a follow-up part two, or do you think you kind of got
Um,
everything out this time?
Pretty much most of it. I think we can talk. I think if we have another one, we can talk more about like the insult to trans thing because that's
Yeah.
very like peculiar to stuff we've discussed before. Maybe I can discuss the trans maxing manifesto and things. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, I could talk about. Yeah, there's a few more topics like yeah, the exchange of women, like where the sexual values come from, why that's changed in modernity. I want to talk about that because that's special, and yeah, maybe more about like the having and being dynamic.
Okay. Well, we can definitely do that maybe later this week. We can just touch base off stream and figure out a time. But yeah, thank you so much for chatting and hanging out.
You're welcome. Thank you for allowing me a platform. Yeah, I post on Twitter on Blue Sky. I can leave some of the links there. You guys can check it out, and I'll post the essay. You can also, if you want, join my server. It's trans focused, but if you're interested in that, discuss this. I do discuss the
You discussed the what?
so
Your
I'm
your
just a
your
bunch
voice
of
cut
this.
out. You
It's just a bunch
discussed
of this
the.
theory stuff together. Like,
Gotcha, gotcha.
all right,
And thank you. Bye.
okay.
Okay, y'all. We'll finish up here, but I'm also not gonna stay too much longer. I hope that everybody had a good time. I'm gonna go ahead and ask Lyra for the links so I can have her send them to me. Uh, can you please send? And then I'll go ahead and throw them in the description and in the chat. Also, definitely here. Let me go ahead and send send two Discord servers. The first that I'm sending is my Discord. Let me do it with a forever link. I think most of the people here are already in my Discord. Um, that's my Discord. And then I'll also go ahead and send the Trannerland Discord. That one has a permanent link as well, I believe, which is just discord.gg/tranners. Um, that is not the Tranner link. What the heck? Um, what if I try to type that in? Does that work? Discord.gg/tranners. It does work. Okay. There you go. That is the Trannerland Discord. So that's both links. Thank you everybody for hanging out. I will probably be back on streaming later tonight, but I think I'm gonna go take a little break. I'm gonna go eat a little snack, and yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Thank you again, Lyra, and thank you everybody else for hanging out. And I'm gonna wait a second so that the YouTube can catch up and everybody knows that it's ending. And then I'm just gonna cut out at some random point. For the Twitch people, it's gonna go for like 10 seconds longer than the other people. But okay, that's all I got. Thank you, everybody. I love you.